Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 1st, 2013 Rowley Board of Selectmen. Remind everybody in the room that this is being audio taped and videotaped. First on the agenda to call the meeting to order. Next, the Pledge of Allegiance. Jack, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jack, thank you.
You're welcome.
First on the agenda, we have a 7 o'clock appointment with Barbara and Alan Gasper from the Grange. And could somebody out in the hallway here. 1 minute. We have a little proclamation to read. Barbara, how are you?
I'm great.
Alan?
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Okay. Alan, Barbara, I have a proclamation to read to you from the Grange. We, the Board of Selectmen, Town of Rowley, Massachusetts, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the people of Rowley, as elected officials, do hereby proclaim that, whereas the Grange members understand that the backbone of America is the thousands of individual communities that make up our great nation, and whereas thousands of communities have been enriched from the presence of the local Grange through a multitude of projects that have educated and aided the citizens in many positive and innovative ways, and whereas these community ranges have given power to local citizens to solve local problems by joining of ideas and voices through nonpartisan legislative actions and service projects, and whereas the Grange has understood that connecting communities begin with bringing people together in a family atmosphere to give each the opportunity to reach their full potential, and whereas the Grange is a true grassroots organization, we are based in the local community and together have a national voice, and whereas the Rowley Grange in Rowley, Massachusetts has served the community since 1894. Now therefore be resolved that April 2013 be proclaimed Grange Month throughout the United States. Every Grange will welcome new members, exciting ideas, and powerful enthusiasm into their family by connecting Americans through the Grange. The service our organization gives will further connect our communities across America. Proclaim this first day of April 2013. And I ask for a motion to sign this proclamation from the board.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Well deserved.
At the library in April, we have a display in the library, and it's going to be a revolving one this year. We're doing the Second World War
Oh,
for
really?
a couple of weeks, and then we'll change it to another. So we're going to have an ongoing display there.
Very good.
Oh, good. Excellent. Well, you do a lot of good in the community. And
Well, people don't realize if you don't do things through life, how can you look back on what you've done?
there you go.
It's as simple as that.
Grange does an awful lot of outreach within the community. Well, with that, Barbara, Alan, a proclamation.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, maybe you make a copy of that.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll make a copy of it
Thank
for
you.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Takers and givers.
We're not going to let you leave without a copy, okay?
Okay.
Okay, between 7:05 and 7:15 is citizen query. That anybody have any questions within the audience? Anything in citizen query? Okay. Citizen query will be open for another 2 minutes. Nothing from anyone? Okay.
Uh,
Yes.
Dan
Can you
Stefanski
can you
told me-
identify yourself, sir?
Pardon?
Could you identify yourself for the in your address?
Frank Todd, 303 Main.
Thanks. Thanks, Frank.
The, Dan Stefanski wanted me here tonight on the tree business. Is that part of the,
What's that?
Yes, so the Board of Selectmen will approve under new business number 5, the draft bid documents. However, they're not publicly released until tomorrow.
Okay.
So all the changes that were requested by the Town Common Restoration Committee will be incorporated into the draft.
Okay.
well, I've got a few to give you.
Well, we have an appointment at 7:15.
I wasn't aware
Yeah.
that Mr. Sapansky sent me an email with the changes highlighted on the draft that we'll be making, so if there's something outside of that, I was not aware of it, and that may
Okay.
affect the release date then.
Well, let me see.
Well, Frank, during citizen query, you may ask a question, but we can't give you an answer. Okay. But I can tell you that it is coming up during new business number 5. Okay. Talking about the
Okay.
landscaping bid.
We can wait.
Okay. All right. All right. Alan, you know, I want to keep you here if you have someplace to go. So.
Was there gonna be any discussion of our proposal for funding on the Grange building tonight?
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
could we bring up the CPC article on the Grange?
Sure.
Property, so Mr. and Mrs. Gasper and David don't have to hang around.
I don't mind hanging around, I mean, it's,
Hold on one
but it's
second.
fun to watch on TV too.
Any new business? Any general business? Where is that?
And with that being said, on the Grange, I have to recuse myself.
Okay. Still.
Mr. Chairman, I forwarded the Board of Selectmen the articles that were sent to me by Laura Hamilton over the weekend. So you had them over the weekend. There was nothing in there about the Grange. There were 4 articles. You
Okay,
had
yes,
the
there's
email.
nothing- yeah, there's nothing
I don't
on
know
the-
what,
Nothing on the,
Nothing on the for the Grange. I'm sorry.
Because I talked to her last week and I thought something was coming down on it,
yeah,
Well,
that's
I have nothing on the Grange or the articles. I just read through quickly.
okay.
It was
Okay.
brought up, but it was never voted
but,
on.
okay.
Okay. All right.
And,
Well,
it's still on the table.
okay. Well,
There are some issues that may be best discussed with the selectmen on how to proceed on this, so at some point, we'd love to be on the schedule just to have a general discussion of the Grange and what that building can do for
we'll
the
take a look
town.
and put it in next week. Okay. I can't.
That sounds good, and it looks like you may have a fall town meeting.
I'm
we're
sorry.
gonna still have a pretty busy agenda. If you wanna have probably a thoughtful discussion, you may wanna, if there's nothing that's gonna be on town meeting, it may be better just to wait till things get a little,
Yeah. Let me.
this is
let me
budget
take a
and
look at the
warrant.
agenda. We'll get
And
back
have
to you.
Debbie call me and we'll
Okay.
go from there.
We'll do that. All
okay?
right.
Thank you.
Because I'm talking because I really haven't looked at the agenda for next week and look at the number of things we have to do. Okay.
So, but we would appreciate
All right.
some help.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, 7:15, we're at 7:18. Frank, you want to come forward? Okay, we have a 7:15 appointment. Stu, where are you? Lost Stu. Phil, could you see if Stu's out there and get him back? You can't escape yet, Stu. Okay, 7:15, appointment coordinator of health services, Frank Mangiani, to discuss the FY14 budget. So we have the budget in front of you, gentlemen. And with that, Frank, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Well, as you can see, the first page is, basically the salaries per the personnel plan that we just went through. A public health nurse does get a stipend, so that stayed the same every year. And that's, of course, our COA director, Mary Ellen. And expenses were level funded as per our request. Did a little breakdown of the expenses just to kind of give you an idea where
Sure.
things are originally spent.
What sheet would it refer to?
On sheet number 3.
Form 3.
Yep. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I can skim through them, or if you had any questions on them. We have advertising legal notices. Sometimes we change a regulation or want to put something out there in the papers. We have some put aside for that. Then we just have the basics: postage, telephone, cell phones, office supplies, computer software. Every time we're getting the computers, we have to update the programs that are on there because they don't work on the newer computers, so we need to put aside for that. Flu clinic supplies and our health nurse wellness clinic supplies, those are kind of go together. Our health nurse will do wellness clinics throughout the year for the seniors, and she needs to buy some material for that. And the same for the flu clinics. We offer that in the fall every year, and we buy the material for that. Communicable disease investigation. Occasionally we'll get a report from the state about a reportable disease, and our nurse will need to do a little bit of follow-up work on that. So we have a little money put aside for that. Then we have our inspection forms, our license forms. We license over 140 places in town, so we need to go up there and do that, as well as septic installers and septic pumpers. And then just basic supplies for inspections, thermometers and other equipment breaks down. We need to replace every so often. We have membership dues that we contribute to every year, 2 state, 1 national, and 1 public health nurse association. They help us with any legal matters that come up, keep us up to date on new things that are coming down from the state, which kind of ties into seminars and workshops, which the state offers throughout the year, which we go to in case there's a change in regulations or something new coming up. They give us a little bit of information on that. Professional consulting fees, if there's something that we can't figure out or can't resolve, we reach out to professionals to assist us on that. Occasionally we'll have to do some laboratory testing, so we put some money aside for that. And that's pretty much about it.
Okay.
A little breakdown of that. One thing I do want to mention, you don't see in there, is any of the costs for the special waste collections that we have.
Special what?
Special waste collections.
Oh, okay.
Like, for example, our Household Hazardous Waste Day, our White Goods Collection Day, our Sharps Collection, Mercury Collection, Battery Collection. All these things we pay for through our revolving fund. There's language in there that permits us to use that money to dispose of special waste. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do any of these events.
How many, just curious, how many boxes of batteries, that disposed
quite a
of?
few, more than I expected. And that's getting to be a little costly, so we might look at that again to see if we want to just incorporate it into our hazardous waste day again like we used to in the past. We try to make it a little more convenient for people rather than holding on to them all year to just drop them off throughout the year. But we're going to leave it for now, but we're going to...
Has that picked up?
It has,
It
quite
has?
a bit.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
quite a bit, which is good.
Yeah.
So we're going to look at the costs on both ways, disposing of these, and see which way might work better for us. At first it was quiet, and then I think with your
Yeah,
help
kind
in
of
advertising,
pushing the battery waste.
yeah, it really increased. So we're going to keep an eye on that, but we're going to keep doing it. We'll just figure out which way is better to dispose of them, or pay for it, I should say. That's pretty much it. As far as any capital equipment, nothing for this year. The only thing I could think of maybe down the road is possibly new computers, but right now we're fine.
What year are your computers now?
What's that, I'm sorry?
What year are your computers now?
Ooh, they range anywhere from a year or 2 to 5 or 6 years, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, we cycle them through. We get a new one, we get rid of the oldest one. But I'd say between 2 and 6 years, I'd say. So we're in pretty good shape for right now, as far as I know.
Any other questions, from board members?
I'm not sure.
No. I want to thank Frank for his, being able to hold the line.
Yeah, we
Having fun,
it
from last
does
year.
get tight at the end of the year. I gotta be honest, but we just carry through and then pick it up the new year. And
No, it's great. We appreciate that very much, Frank.
Thank you.
What a great job you do there also. So,
Appreciate that.
Good job, Frank.
But yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions? Vote on the budget? Okay, anyone want a motion to vote on,
I'll make that motion, we accept the health department budget as printed.
okay, I have a motion, do I have a second? Health Department.
Second.
I have a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Frank, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Frank, thank you very much.
Thanks for doing a good job.
Well presented.
Okay, it's 7:25. Citizen query was over 10 minutes ago. It's a 7:15. So, moving on, we had a 7:30 appointment with Library Director Pam Jacobson on the FY14. So we have another couple of minutes before that. So with that, I'm going to go over, try to do a few items. Go into new business. What do you think, Bob? You have enough time for review the CPC articles for town meeting?
Yeah, I would think so. There's only 4 of them, so.
All right, we'll try and do that. Okay. We'll go with new business, review CPC articles for the special town meeting. And this is from Laura Hamilton. The articles are agenda for discussion. Does CPC want to come? This is going from Debbie Egan to Laura Hamilton. Does CPC want to come in tonight? How many members were you planning to have in the meeting? Any quorum? Okay, blah, blah, blah.
So, Mr. Chairman, perhaps Selectman Perry could review them, there's 4 articles.
Joe, you're a representative, that's right, for CPC. Joe, could you give us an update on these?
We have 4 articles that were voted at the CPC meeting. The first article is on for $1,000 to be used by the Rowley Cemetery Commissioners for preservation and restoration of the giant copper beech tree at the entrance to the cemetery. The second article was for $23,200 to be used by the Rowley Historical Society for the preservation and restoration of the 1677 Platt Brad Street house in barn landscape. Some of that work is in progress. The third one is an amount of $135,000 to be used by the Rowley Board of Selectmen for the preservation and restoration of the old center school located at 39 Center Street, now known as the Town Hall Annex. And the fourth article is the amount of $20,500 to be used to replace the structural collar ties of the post and beam roof framing, which is in disrepair, and provided a new roof cover to protect the elements of the barn as shown as property map 26, block 26, lot 4 on the Brad Street property.
Can you expand a little bit on that article? On the Brad Street barn, $20,500. Do you know, Bob?
Yeah, basically, what happened was, post and beam buildings have structural columns, and there's a beam going across and the roof rafters go up, and then they have the braces coming down.
Right.
Some years ago, when the Brad Streets were running the farm, they decided to automate the hay handling system that was there. So what they would do is, when they did that, they put a track down along the collar tie at the top of the building, the beam, the main ridge beam at the top of the building. And they put a hay grabber on it with ropes so that they could drop it down, pick up the hay, and bring it up, slide it open, drop it, bring it down. And unfortunately, in that particular barn, the collar ties were in the way, so they took them out. Simple as that. So I think what he's trying to do now is put them back in and add a little bit more structural strength to the roof itself. Mr. Sabatini.
Mr. Sabatini, oh, that's who bought the property at Brad Street.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And I believe at the meeting, Mr. Sabatini presented that he was getting some Amish down that to do the barn restoration, so that they could do work on those the beams in the roof.
Mr. Peterson, you had a...
Yeah, Dave Peterson from Newbury Road. Referring to this particular article, myself, I'm not particularly in favor of it, but I think we're opening up some large doors here. Number one, the article doesn't even tell us what piece of property is being worked on. He's talking the explanatory notes about legally deed recording stuff that isn't in the article, and what's on the notes does not make it, is not what the town's voting for. It's voting for the particular article. When we redid the roof on this building about 4 years ago, which is a historic building, we did not use CPC money because, as we understood it, and I assume it's still true, that CPC money is not to be used for maintenance. It's supposed to be used for, to completely restore something back to what it used to be. So we did not use CPC money, and we were told we could not use CPC money to replace this roof. So, I mean, this seems to me that, number one, it's a private, this is not a town building, this is a private structure now. The town no longer owns it. The town sold it to Mr. Sabatini, who now is coming back to the town, who wants us to use our tax money, my tax money, and your tax money to fix his barn up, and in return for that, he's going to let people look at it for a couple of weeks a year, which my guess is not going to mean a heck of a lot within a couple of 3 years. Everybody's going to forget about it. And it opens that door to, if we allow this to happen, then why doesn't he come back in 2 years and say, well, gee, now I want to do some structural repairs to the house, and I would like to use CPC money for that. Or why can't anyone in the historic district come back and say to the town, well, you allowed this private structure to spend CPC money for repairs. I want to do something in my house. I'll let everybody come in and look at my gardens for 2 weeks during the summer if you'll give me $25,000 to reside my historic house or whatever the particular project. So I just think the article is extremely poorly written, number one, and nowhere near enough information for, other than if you read the explanatory note, very little in the article. And number two is, to me, the CPC money is to be spent on community projects and community Rowley buildings, town of Rowley, and stuff like that. And to just have someone put a deed restriction that people can look at their house a couple, 3 times a year, or the building or whatever, I don't think is anywhere near adequate to get this kind of money and to open this door for, that's it.
Anything from the board? Discussion? Anybody input on it?
Anybody from the CPC committee have anything to add? Obviously, they listened to the presentation that Mr. Sabatini made and made a decision to recommend it, I'm assuming, because we have an article here. Did they add anything to it?
Frank, you're on the CPC.
Yeah. Still.
Okay.
It's an old barn. It's an English hay-style barn, and there's only about 3 of them in town. And the roof is leaking badly and things like that. So what we did was, there's 7 of us on the committee, and they represent all the different committees and boards in town. And so the restriction put on it was that this was a one-time thing only. And was to repair the main barn roof and not the L. He wanted 16 more for the L, and we said no. And the benefit was that it would be open for the when certain teachers take kids over to the Historical Society building, and they give them the Cook's tour, and they're the 3rd or 4th grade, and this was going to be made part of that tour. And so we tried to expand it to take in different things so that it would work, and it was so voted. And I agree that Mr. Sabatini bought the property, and of course what he came in for around $115,000, and then we cut it down to this, and we felt that where the roof was vulnerable, that was the time to fix it one time only.
Okay, is there a unique historical advantage to this building? Can you identify yourself, sir?
Excuse me. Sam Strife, Kittery Avenue, Rowley. I'm a member of the Historical Society, and some of the other people here are. And yes, there is a very important historical aspect to that barn. The front of the barn. It's a very old structure, as Mr. Todd was saying, characteristically built of that. There aren't many in town. I believe that's under a historic preservation restriction already because of the way it was purchased. Okay, I see Bob shaking his head then. And I believe that's the only one in town that would be under historic preservation. We, at the Historical Society, we kind of rebuilt. We bought an old frame and built one that is quite similar to that. And of those are the only 2 in town that I know of that would be, you know, that someone can't come along and just bulldoze down without any question. And I would say that it would be quite likely that someone would do that with many old barns. So I basically agree with Dave Peterson's point, but in this case, that portion of that structure is very important historically, and that's of anything on that property, I consider that the true history to be preserved. So,
Thank you. Bob, you have anything to add?
Well, the 3rd one is on the corner across in Central.
yep.
And it appears from the markings on the beams that those 2 buildings may have been built by the same carpenter. I don't have that for a fact, but it appears that they might be. The markings are similar on the beams themselves. And what they did was they marked the beams before they put it. They assembled them on the ground and then marked them and then put them together and raised it.
What year is historical?
It's an 18th century building. It's mid-1700s, around 1730s, I believe, maybe a little bit later, but somewhere in that time frame.
Okay, so it has.
And the gentleman on Central and Cross repaired his own roof 2 to 3 years ago.
Yeah, they've done quite a bit of work in the area.
The other point on that barn is that it's, there's only 2 barns like it, that being one of them in Massachusetts.
Mhm.
And it has 2 entrances on the sides. Most of them enter from the ends.
Identify yourself, sir.
I'm Steve Cassios from Newbury Road. I certainly do appreciate the importance of the historical society in this town, but I think it's kind of dry. Dave Peterson's absolutely right. I think you're opening up a can of worms. You'll have people beating down your door.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Okay, we vote just to, oh, I'm sorry, Larry.
Larry White, Central Street. I would think that the appraisal and the value that it was sold would have taken into consideration the condition of the barn as well as the grounds and everything else. So I think the restoration of the barn and the house, as they were kind of sold in an as-is condition, that the seller would have realized that he has, the price that he paid for it, he would have to have additional funds to bring the house, the barn, everything else up to his own standards. And therefore, I think, as people have pointed out, that you're opening up a can of worms. I certainly would like to see my prime store restored at someone else's expense, but obviously not. I just think it's you'd be setting a precedent that would be very not well advised.
Thank you, Larry.
Just one quick,
Yes, Dave.
one quick question. I really have no idea what the answer is. When the Price Street property was sold with a historic preservation clause in it, is there a what is the requirement on the homeowner? Can he just let the building deteriorate? Is he required to fix it? Obviously, I'm sure he can't tear it down, but what is the obligation of the homeowner to preserve historically the structure or the structures on that property?
I'm not sure it tells you have to preserve it, but what it does say is that if you do anything to it, it includes the exterior and the interior. Now, most of those restrictions only do the exterior, but on this particular barn, the state felt it was worthy enough that it should have both, and we had to negotiate that with the Mass Historic through that process with the CPC. Any money that's used on historic preservation has to have a historic restriction placed on it, and it went through that process. So it's both interior and exterior that have to be preserved.
Okay, we'll vote on.
I did have some comments that I sent to Laura Hamilton. It shows that it's being inserted by the Board of Selectmen, and that on this particular article, which wouldn't be the case, it would be a grant to a private entity, so they wouldn't be necessarily, as we did with the Congregational Church, the Selectmen aren't involved in that project. And as well as with the Rowley Historical Society, that should be inserted by the Rowley Historical Society in the Community Preservation, not the Board of Selectmen. And then the cemetery.
What that is on the last article?
Well, I had some notes. The Board of Selectmen is only submitting one article.
This is the number.
That's the
We're in the
town hall.
Town hall annex, correct.
Would be the selectmen. The rest would be either the CPC committee or
the CPC and the
Laura.
entity, so that they could grant it to the Rowley Historical Society,
Call the town clerk.
just as we did it with the Congregational Church.
So this
That was my first.
this line here inserted by Rowley Board of Selectmen and Community Preservation. So
should be inserted by whoever the entity is.
by the entity only.
By, as I say, by the Rowley Historical Society and the CPC.
And CPC instead of the Board of Selectmen.
As the grantor for the grantee, and that was just a first review on it, and there was also some concerns on the wording for the final article to Mr. Sabatini. It doesn't even have the property owner name.
So we'll have to rework this.
I don't know, I can't comment on any, it says, to place a new preservation restriction, so that requires some legal work. I don't know how that's coming about, or but that's already been done. The warrant is closed today, so
Excuse me?
the warrant is closed today, so I'm not sure where that stands. This,
So we have some wording that needs to be taken care of before we can place this article on.
well, I'm sure that there'll be concerns about the wording on the article. I have identified some concerns that it doesn't list the name of who's getting the grant and the property. It does have a map and parcel number. So I'm just not sure what the board's desire is with this.
I guess, after reading the explanatory note, I have some questions about the preservation restriction agreement, whether it's a new agreement or an amended existing agreement. And that typically is not going to be an easy process with the state. I mean, it took us almost 3 years to get the one we got on there now, and we were going to sell the property. Between what the committee had to put together and what the state made changes to, it took about a 3-year process.
Yeah, I don't know if they must have reviewed a draft of this preservation restriction. I presume, Joe, did you see a draft of the preservation restriction proposed? Because in order to have the article, I think those details would have to be reviewed.
Was that brought up at the CPC?
I didn't get anything.
I know we talked about the current restrictions that are on the deed, and about adding the.
We added this to it.
And it has the Rowley Historical Commission, who's the holder of the historic preservation restriction, have they reviewed it? That was another question that I had.
We'll meet tomorrow.
To Laura?
You meet tomorrow.
Okay.
It's still,
They hold the HPR for the town, so naturally I would.
The barn itself is not in the historic district.
it's outside.
It's outside, so therefore the historic commission is the one that actually holds the restriction.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned earlier this evening that we might possibly be having a fall town meeting. Would it be possible to push this off until maybe the fall town meeting, so we can get some of these answers?
Oh, yeah.
That might be more helpful, rather than trying to push it through and then wind up with.
Well, we met in January, we met in February, we met in March, just trying to get this stuff together. And it was all over these 4 articles, and actually the Grange too. And what we're trying to do is pull it together and within your time frame. And obviously, some of them will work and some of them will be later.
So we put this article off until fall town meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds good.
Sounds good to me. I mean, I think we need at that time to investigate this a little further, particularly at the state level, because they're the ones that are going to be the final say.
Well, I've got 2 lawyers on committee, but one of them reworked the words, but
We had a lawyer on the land use committee too, Frank, and it just
Didn't work.
It still took us 3 years. And she's the one that actually wrote the restriction,
I see.
so it's difficult at the state level.
So,
Do we have to make a change on the inserted by, on the first article for the $1,000? Is that going to be inserted by the cemetery?
It should, because they'll be drawing off and working off that article funding.
Okay. And then the Board of Selectmen on the
The annex.
yes.
And then the Rowley Historical Society.
So we'll, the last article will take off will not go on to the warrant. Okay, and the other 3?
Do we need a separate motion to postpone that?
Well, I would say that the board should vote to place the 3 articles that you're in agreement on the warrant.
So the cemetery, okay, Bob, you make the motion.
Well, no, I will request that we do it one article at a time.
Okay. You have a motion for the first article.
I'll make a motion that we approve $1,000 for the preservation of a tree, beech tree at the cemetery.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second.
Is there any discussion?
Oh, any discussion first?
Bill, do you know if they're gonna take care of the cancer? Do you know if they're gonna take care of the cancer?
It says that what it'll do is, what is there now can't stop, but it'll prevent further.
Right.
And what it will do is, with the cabling, instead of having a beautiful fallen tree now, it'll prevent a large.
There's one of those limbs that's pretty shaky, yeah.
To take away, the.
Yeah, the reason I asked this, Bill, is last, Memorial Day, there was a person that was at the services there on the common, in the cemetery at the Star Garden. Came to me after that and said that they thought there was something wrong with the tree. So I went and looked at it myself, and I agreed. I thought there was something wrong with it. I didn't know what, but so I went to see the tree warden, and he looked it over. He brought in somebody to look at it and discovered what the problem was there. And he did some research on it and said that it could be treated as you stated. It won't stop what's already there. It can't reverse what's there, but it will stop what from going further. Yeah.
I spoke to the tree warden too during our process of trying to find out the best way to preserve the tree.
So I was kind of hoping 1,000 would also cover part of that too.
Right. So there was a spray. It's going to be a 3-part spray originally, then a second and a third, and at the same time doing the cabling.
Good. Okay. Because that is a beautiful tree.
It is. There's only 2 or 3 in the entire town.
Yeah.
Mr. Todd will verify that. There's at least 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's one down from Romano. And there was one down where Warren Whitney used to live.
Yeah, there's the one at Seaview didn't make it.
The one in the circle.
Yeah.
Well, when you pave all around it, it's going to decline.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Yes. Could you identify yourself,
Dick Cummings, 3 Aber Way. I was watching your meeting on TV, and I wanted to talk about the barn in regards to CPC funding, and I believe that Mr. Peterson is correct in his assumption and where we don't want to go in regards to the commingling of private funds with CPC funds. And there's another number. There is one section in the CPC, section 12A, a real property interest that is purchased with monies from the Community Preservation Fund shall be bound by a permanent deed restriction that meets the requirements of Chapter 184, limiting the use of the interest to the purpose for which it was acquired. The deed restriction shall run with the land and shall be enforceable by the city and town. And that goes on and on. But there's another clause in the CPC. It's called non-supplanting. And this is where CPC monies cannot be used to supplant another's purchase to improve the property. And I think this might be where what you might be addressing in regards to adding CPC funds to a property that's already been privately purchased. And I think that you could run into some issues with CPC fundings, with the supplanting of adding funds to a previously purchased CPC structure. So that's why I decided to come down here.
Well, during your travel time,
yes,
we actually voted
timing is everything, isn't it?
To put this particular article on hold so we can investigate those areas.
Okay.
Until fall meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Well, we appreciate you coming down and visiting us
Yes,
again.
very much so.
We haven't seen you in a while.
Wednesday night.
All right. So, I went back, I had a motion on the first article from Stu. Jack, you gave a second. We had a discussion. Any other discussion on the board?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Second,
The second article?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, as I have requested, we do these one at a time. I'm going to recuse myself from this article,
Okay.
as I am on the board of directors at the Rowley Historical Society.
Do I have a motion for the second article?
I'll make the motion for the second article, the town hall annex.
Okay.
I'll second that.
And I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Third article.
Recuse?
Historical Society, this. Okay.
This is the historic.
Mr. Murray, you recuse yourself from the annex article.
Annex article.
That-
No, that wasn't my intent. You said
Right.
the second article, and that was the second page. so-
Yes. We
Oh,
didn't take
okay.
them out of order.
Well, I went by the number.
By the
front.
numbers, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was the one
Yes.
and two.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine, no problem. I will recuse myself from the next one also. How's that?
Okay. Have a motion on the third article.
I'll make a motion that the Historical Society, $23,200 for the house and barn landscape.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, for
Any
the
dis-
Plattsburgh Street house and barn
Okay.
landscape.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Come back to the table now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the library
Yes.
is supposed to be meeting you at 7:30. They are out there waiting.
Hi, Pam. Come on in. It's our new PA system.
My turn.
Pam, apologize for keeping you waiting.
Not a problem.
A small 2-minute item turned into 20.
Things happen.
Things happen, yes. Okay. Again, we have a 7:30 appointment, and it's now 4 minutes to 8. And we have the Library Director, Pam Jacobson, to discuss her FY14 budget. With that, Pam, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, well, I've been talking to Deb and Bob since last summer when we lost a valued employee about ways to retain our employees. And also, we've recently looked at increase in the service outputs over the last 5 years and have analyzed where and when our busiest times are of the week, and the trustees really feel that now is the time to be adding library staff. It was a modest increase, and now with the new compensation schedule, it's a little bigger increase, but the reasons for doing it now are the safety of our staff. We want to adjust the times that people work so that there are always 3 people in the building, which is 16,000 square feet with lots of nooks and tall shelves, and then our 2 library associates, one is in charge of adult services and one is in charge of youth services, are trying to do a lot during just 20 hours per week. So getting them to 28 hours to 4 days instead of 3 will really help as far as the backlog of things that are not getting done. So safety, retention, and also having people do the appropriate work for their skill set. You know, so because I'm tied up a lot of the time doing the things that our associates can't get to, which is not optimal. And then the service increase, as I said, in 5 years, items borrowed has gone up 50%, patron visits 40%, interlibrary loans. In fiscal 2007, we were processing about 1,000 interlibrary loans, and now we're doing about 20,000 a year. And of course,
Okay,
that's
Pam, what page are we on for that?
page 3. a chart that looks like this.
Yes, okay. So the other board members can follow along.
So that just documents that we're living mean like Rowley likes to be, but it's getting to really the breaking point where we're not functioning and it needs to be addressed.
So you have items borrowed in FY7 were 31,808. In FY12, we're up to 48,085 items borrowed. So significant increase over that time. What was it? We talked about Saturday use. What was it? Remember we?
We analyzed the last 5 years' worth of circulation transactions per hour. Circulations is only one of our service output measures, but it's a big one. And we discovered that, in fact, as we all felt, Saturdays are our busiest day. And we don't have any of our leadership team in on Saturdays, so we want to have a third person there. The other thing on Saturdays is there's 2 people in that building, which means that they can't take a break, they don't get a lunch, they can't use the restroom because the desk needs to be covered, the phone needs to be answered.
And that's your busiest day, correct?
Yes. And then the busiest time on weekdays is, just after school, supper time, when people may be on their way home from work and they stop in.
And that showed on that last page.
Yep, that's this chart.
Right.
Yeah. And thanks to Michelle Ford, our trustee, for wrangling 5 years worth of, I think that Excel spreadsheet had about 10,000 cells in it. Or lines.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I think it's well presented, right down to the facts. Pam would know, she's all there day to day.
I'm in favor of the library budget. It's very important.
Yeah.
Well, again, like I've said before in the past, it's the cultural hub of the community. This is the governmental hub right here, but over there.
We're really gearing up with some new initiatives in the upcoming future. With the 375th anniversary, we've applied for a grant. We're starting a new 5-year strategic plan. So a lot of these really big picture things, if my time were freed up a little better, would happen in a better timeline.
2 other factors is the trustees have just adopted a new customer service policy to increase the quality of customer service and patron experience. And as you know, at the last town meeting, there was an appropriation for self-service. So with those 2 things, as well as the increased hours that we can hopefully implement, we're really excited about where the next step for the library is. Being able to free up Pam to be more strategic and to be more proactive, as opposed to just, scrambling to get the things done that we're required to get done.
The urgent versus important.
Right.
Yeah.
We're really excited about where we're going to go as part of the next long-range plan.
I've gone to the library and seen Pam doing the garden out front.
Exactly. That I do for fun.
I know.
That's just my exercise.
That's your free time.
We're doing awful lot for the library. Appreciate it. We all do. Any other questions? Any questions in the audience? Okay. Yes, Larry.
Just one note. I think on Form 1C, the total salaries and wages, 164,954, should be the same as on Form 2C, 164,952.78.
On Form 1C, correct.
Yeah, the subtotal salaries and wages, the request fiscal year 14, 164,954.
Right.
That should be the same numbers on Form 2C, total salaries, wages, and substitute pay, 164,952.
Oh, that should be in the line above it, shouldn't it? I think that's just an error. Yeah, well, no, but see, it should be in the wage line, not in the total line.
Not no total line, okay. So that should be,
Where it says 113,938, that's where it should be
That should be,
164,952. I think it just got transcribed wrong over. Thank you for
Right.
catching it.
thanks, Larry. That's why I got a pinch on here.
Maybe someone over there has a calculator to get a new total.
Yeah, I think, you're saying then that the 164,952,
Oh, wait, no, I'm
No.
sorry, I'm looking at it wrong.
I think it was just,
I think
It's
we
just
rounded
off
up.
by like a
Yeah,
dollar,
we rounded
yeah.
up, that's why.
okay, so it should be 164,953 then, right?
Yeah.
Or
Okay,
if you want to just, on Excel, just eliminate the decimal points and then it will round out automatically for the cents. We don't put cents on the
Right.
town budget, but for
it-
these
maybe it should
breakouts,
be
we do.
164,953 on
Form 1.
C.
Yeah, I see it.
It's just a round
Yeah.
issue that makes
Yeah.
it off by a dollar.
Okay, I thought I transposed the total and the subtotal completely.
so, that would correct, that will correct it, correct?
Okay, I'll buy that.
All right, correct or correct? All right. So, do I have a motion from the board
I'll make
with
that
these,
motion.
with these corrections?
These corrections. The budget submitted by the library as printed with a correction.
The correct correction.
Correct, correct.
Okay. I have a motion,
Not the
or,
false correction.
not a false correction.
Oh.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Pam,
Thank you
for
very
coming in.
much.
In all the years you've been coming in, that's the first mistake we found.
Big
All
one.
right.
Thanks for coming in, Pam.
Thank you very
It's
much.
always a
Jim.
pleasure to have you. Michelle?
And thank you so much.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
SD, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come on, Joe, come on back, you can't escape.
I tried.
Mr. Chairman, would you
right.
like me to get, oh, Mrs. Hazen's here.
Town clerk's here. Susan Hazen. Okay, we have a 7:45 appointment, we're 20 minutes late. We apologize to the town clerk. Ms. Hazen's here. And town clerk is here to discuss the FY14 budget for town clerk. So,
Do you have a budget in front of you, or
yes, we do.
the budget, we were told to level fund originally, and I did level fund the budget. In terms of expenses, I think it's exactly the same as it was last year in terms of the town clerk's line. The election line actually goes down a little, but that's nothing spectacular that I did, it just whether there's elections or not, it goes down. Next year, there's only one election scheduled in the cycle.
Okay.
Everything else, you know, in terms of expenses, remains just exactly the same. At the same time, apparently there was a wage study done over the last year that we voted on at town meeting last year to have done. And so they presented me with a printout of new steps and grades. They stepped and graded me at 10-1. And so based on that, I presented a budget, which does give me a raise, which apparently, I'm not even saying apparently, that was definitely the wrong word, which I've always known I was underpaid within the North Shore. But it's an effort to bring all the comparative salaries back to better relationship to the other towns. And so, yes, I do get about an $8,000 raise that I'm not particularly apologizing for. I mean, it just comes from that, the study that they gave me to work from.
Okay.
I did adjust the assistant town clerk, the administrative assistant, the election workers. Everyone was slotted into a step and grade, and we worked all that out. And so the wage lines go up. What else would you?
Any other questions from the board?
I put together a new budget this afternoon, which I hadn't had time to give you because time.
Okay.
Curiously, the conversation we had earlier this afternoon, I had given myself the longevity stipend, which I'd had for a couple of years, and this year around it was pointed out that wasn't available to me, which is all right. But when I talked to the treasurer, she pointed out I had not put in my certification stipend. So curiously, I took out the $375 and I put in $1,000, which is the certification stipend for my certifications that I've kept up. You know, I go to conferences, I keep up the credits all the time. So I am a certified municipal clerk and a certified municipal mass clerk, but you only get one certification. You don't get two.
You only got two, you only got one.
You only get one.
Okay. You can say one or the other?
I think it's just for one of those.
Just one,
Yeah.
okay.
And so that's my story.
So that's, in other words, the longevity, the 15 years, 375 would be scratched.
I took that out, yes.
So we add 1,000 to the 47, 738. Would that be correct? So the new
as I said,
number would be.
I had a conversation with Karen, who's better with that computer than I am, with her
Okay.
little adding machine. She has the base wage of $47,745, which was 88% of the annual salary, base one, grade 10, step 1. 88% being based on a 35-hour estimate. And so she took that salary divided by 88%. That came to $47,745 plus the 1,000, brings it to $48,745.
But the request here, though, Sue, was.
Right, because I've rewritten it this afternoon.
Okay, so it's going to change to what?
Yeah,
40.
and I can, want me to print this up and hand this to you? I can do that.
745, you said.
745.
For the base salary.
48,745.
Finally.
Now you're going to add 1,000 to it, so that would be 48,745. That would be the total.
That's how it's written now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Other than, I'm going to recuse myself on this one also, Mr. Chairman, because I am an election worker.
Okay. Dave, you have any comment or anything?
No, I was just going to say, only I have no objection to the town clerk getting a raise, because obviously when you look at the surrounding communities, I mean, we as a personnel board, we do not directly deal with elected officials, which would be the highway surveyor, the town clerk, and the treasurer. The only thing is, when we were calculating, we compared the positions just to get an idea where they stood and how we could put them in with our positions. And the only thing we discovered was that when we calculated the clerk's position, we calculated her at 30 hours a week because the office is open 28 and a half, so we made the assumption that she was working 30 hours a week, which resulted in a $22 an hour pay rate rather than the 25. She then informed, after the paperwork came out, that she was working 35 hours.
35 hours.
So that she's underpaid, has been underpaid anyway, so we have no objection to that. I might suggest from a citizen point of view that if she's open 30, if she's getting paid for 35 hours, it might be nice if she could squeeze a few extra open hours, because we generally, the paid, elected officials are paid for getting the job done, not necessarily how many hours they work.
That's right.
And we look at it in terms of hours just to try and get a handle on equating this stuff out, so I understand you get a lot more work done when the doors are closed, but on the other hand,
If
when
I'm
I come
here
in
on
town
a
hall-
Thursday afternoon, the doors are open. I could get a lot more work done with the doors shut. But I generally work till 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon.
Well, many of time I come into town hall, you're in there.
Doors are open.
Doors are
I'd
open.
have to be desperate. I'm here to serve the public. I'd have to be really, really under an enormous deadline for me to shut the door and listen to people jiggle that door. That's not
Well,
my style.
I've come in, seen you door closed and working. Many times.
And I come in by appointment. I come in on Saturday morning.
Mhm.
Not every Saturday morning. I'm certainly not implying that, but the office hours say, or by appointment. And I know that marriage licenses especially, people can't always work that both at the same time during the weekday schedule. And I've come in, and I'd like to think I'm available to the public's needs.
Oh, I see the doings, the goings and doings here, so I know you're here. Bill, Gibbs?
Yes, my name is Bill Gaynor. I'm a citizen of the town. I'm also on the Seminary Commission. I've had nothing but good things to say about Susan. Her and I are on the same page on a lot of things, how we should change things, how things are going, and she's never been more helpful. You know, she's so helpful to me. I just can't, whatever she's asking for, I agree 100%.
Well, thank you. An unsolicited
Well,
endorsement.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Good, Bill. Thanks. So, do I have a motion on the budget?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Do I have a discussion? Any discussion before I get, okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Recused. Okay. Susan, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
7:45. All of that has to be changed, yeah.
Okay.
Mistake.
Okay, we have an 8 o'clock appointment at 8:15. Okay, with the principal assessor, Sean McFadden, discuss the FY14 budget. Sean, I want to apologize for running 15 minutes behind. The simple 5-minute item turned into, well.
That happened.
Yeah, it happens. Okay. Gentlemen, I'll turn over to Sean. Sean, take us through.
I'm representing the Board of Assessors. Most of the lines are level funded. However, the town has entered into agreement with myself, the principal assessor, for an employment contract. Due to that, there's a $3,896 increase in my line. But the board worked to help with that increase by reducing 2 lines, and that is the expense line. They reduced it by $1,309, and the consultant line by $500 to help on the impact of my salary increase. Otherwise, the rest of the lines are level funded.
Any questions from the board?
No.
Bob? Do I have a motion from the board?
I'll make that motion. We accept the budget from the Board of Assessors as printed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, Sean?
Thank
Thanks
you,
for coming
Sean.
in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to get them in and out, so.
Okay, I see the water board is outside.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could take up, so we're not holding up, Mr. Todd, the town common tree landscape
Oh, yes,
bid.
yes,
because
yes,
that-
yes. Let me,
My communication with Mr. Sapansky is that if he had some changes and this was ready to go, so.
okay, we are, which one? It is
That's
number
new
5?
business number 4.
New?
Number 5, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Frank, you want to come up front? We'll talk. Okay. Town Common Tree Landscape bid. Debbie has begun working with the Town Common Restoration Committee on the bid document. Board of Selectmen needs to vote to release this bid effective tomorrow.
Okay.
Frank, take us through.
What happened was, is Dan called me up, and we discussed the fact that this was up at the proposal invitation for bids was here at the town hall, and I came up and got it. Then he called me up probably within 4, 5, 6 hours afterwards, and want to know what I thought. Well, not having read it all the way through, I have since then have read it. And Dan said, we were going to be here, but evidently he, what it does not, what the invitation for bids does not talk about is the specifications on the trees, other than the size. And what I was going to say was what you should add to it is they should be insect and disease free. They should be dug this year and not left over to winter in the nurseries where they might get watered, might not get watered. They should not be container grown, because what the roots do is they start to circle. And trees that are somewhere around 20 years old, you'll see them start to die, and they get in a great state of decline. And the reason is the roots they choke each other out. Is what they do. They strangle other roots. They should not be container grown. The caliper should be 3 to 3.5 inch on a town, a municipal place, rather than 2.5 to 3. The guarantee should be, it says 1 year in the proposal, but it depends on where the trees come from. Now, places where they dig the trees, Moon down in New Jersey, Bald Hill in Rhode Island, Sicktel up and around Buffalo, up on the lakes and things like that. Western nurseries always grew their own trees, things like that. And then I got into the business of the fact is that the trees were, the bids, trees were to be planted right up till the 30th of June. You don't plant anything then. It'd be better if it was a fall planting. You can lose your trees. And if spring planting is, the nurseries around here, if they're buying from the Moon down in New Jersey or what used to be Princeton and the Eastern Shore of Maryland, all those trees are dug in February and March, and then brought up. And those are field-grown trees. But things that are grown in baskets, wire cages, they work for about 20 years and then they die.
Why is that?
They get root bound.
Root bound?
And so what I'm suggesting is the bid be put into a position where it goes at this time, but the planting happens in the fall rather than trying to get it squeezed in here between the 1st of May and the 30th of June.
Mr. Chairman, I'm only going by what I received from Dan Sapansky and the core group of the committee that's working on this.
Right.
So I would suggest then that I get some confirmation from the committee on what I do have here. He requested a change on page 14, caliber size to 3.0 to 3.5 is measured as 4 feet off the ground. Another change they wanted, trees should have been field grown and harvested in the spring of 2013. Ensure trees are disease and insect free. Trees should be true to their normal shape and size with appropriate branching. You know, the rest of the detail was supplied.
Those are all my words.
Okay, well, he incorporated that. He didn't change the project to be completed by June 30th, though.
No, but the more I read into it, the more I found that, if somebody's planting the last week of June, they're not going to do well. It
sounds then, maybe if the committee could just review a little bit more about, and agree on that change, because I defer to the committee on the specifications of what they want. I'm just trying to put it in together in a bid
Well, I'm on
format.
that committee, that's why.
That's why, that sounds like we have a little more time than I thought.
Okay,
Yeah,
so.
well, if it's a fall planting, they'll survive.
Okay.
But if
Mhm.
the only ones that seem to make it are those that are dug with an air spade. Otherwise, they blow all the soil off of them. They have their complete root systems, and then they plant them, and that seems to work. But how many people got an air spade?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not the expert, you are, so it sounds like we could make some modifications, put this out to bid. If they would like a fall tree planting schedule, they can just send me that timetable of whatever, the beginning date and end date for planting in the fall, and we can put this out to bid this spring.
Yeah, you can go out to bid this spring, but for a fall planting.
For a fall
Correct.
planting.
And
So,
the arborist, if it's an in-house arborist,
Oh, there was no objection on my part. I've already communicated. That was some suggested language from another bid I worked on.
yeah.
So the selectmen were merely here to formally, publicly release the document effective tomorrow, but if that's not the case, I don't think the details on the planting methods and the time is going to be the issue. It was just, I was trying to accommodate a schedule for a June 30th deadline of planting trees with all the advertising. That's why I kind of got it ready based on what I thought Dan Sapansky wanted.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll be in touch with him and let him know to just review that, and if he wants to change that date, we'll correct, make the changes and just have the selectmen reissue it, and I'll probably push this out by 2 weeks or 3 weeks
Okay.
for bidding.
Yeah.
That's
Frank,
all.
that sound good? So we'll put this off for 2 weeks, we'll be,
Well, I'll just let the selectmen know when
Sure.
they've agreed on what they want to have in here for specifications, and maybe a couple more things you want to change. I don't really know.
Yeah. Well, it's just the way it is.
If the trees were planted in the fall, would the trees be dug this spring or in the fall? If they were dug in the spring, would they be held over in the nursery?
Either way, as long as they maintain. But when they start digging in the fall, they start digging late August, early September. And, but as I say, the trees which got roots on them come from specific places. And a lot of the people that are in business around here, they buy their trees in. And if you're on the road, you see big trucks going by with huge trees on them all the time. And it's, but we have, down on the Cape, the guys, what they do is they send crews down in late February, and they dig the trees and then bring them back, ship them back here. And makes a big difference where they come from and things like that. And also you want matched trees that somewhat look similar. And they're easy to, if one's going this way and another's going that way, it doesn't work. You're trying to make the common look parkish.
right.
Now, see what else have I got on here? Oh, okay. I guess that's good enough.
That good, Frank? All right. So we'll come back and address this in a
Yes, I'll
couple of
be in
weeks.
touch with Dan and Mr. Todd, and we'll just do a little more work on it. That's fine.
Frank, thanks for coming in tonight. Appreciate it.
Well,
You're always a wealth of knowledge when it comes to arbor issues.
we try. Okay. But those are the little things that slip through the cracks.
Yeah.
And we may not be here in 20 years.
But the trees will.
And
I'm planning on being around.
but the trees
will
will. Your
be.
mother was.
The trees will be here.
Hopefully the trees will be here.
Yeah,
hopefully.
But that's my story.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, thank you.
I'm no great rush to be out back.
I'm sorry.
Did you see that sign out there? Room for more?
Okay, it is about 8:28, and with that, we're gonna go and have the, we have an 8:15 appointment. If the water board, I'm not the water board, but
Water Commissioner.
water superintendent and water commissioner, Tim? Got the PA system.
Drink some water, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yours
right.
empty,
Yeah.
Amy.
Almost empty.
Water.
Amy. Okay, I apologize for being late. We're 15 minutes behind here. We have Water Superintendent John Rizza, Business Manager Laura Hamilton, and Water Commissioner Tim Tooney to discuss the FY14 budget and articles. With that, I will turn it over to Tim.
Thank you. Get draft 3 here. We made the corrections that were necessary in the last meeting last Thursday night. You want to go over the changes, John?
Change the collective bargaining reserve.
Excuse me, John?
We could change the line 6 on employment to 28, collective bargaining to 5,000. Everything else
It's on Form 1, John?
stayed the same, didn't it?
So we're on Form 1, draft number 3, revised by fiscal team, meeting of 3/26?
Yes.
Okay. And take us through that.
Line by line.
Well, with the changes that you,
Well, the only changes we made there were the salary adjustments of the human resource person came up with. And once again, line 6, the unemployment was 28,000. And line 7, collective bargaining reserve, it's 5,000. I think the maintenance stayed the same. Engineering stayed the same. 10, 11 is also the same. Capital plan, emergency operation, same. Debt service didn't change, did it?
It went down a little bit.
And indirect costs went down. To help with some of it, more on the interest. The principal and interest.
Excuse me, John, could you speak up a little bit?
yeah,
please?
I'm having difficulty.
The principal and interests are pretty much the same in the first draft. The water treatment plant ones were all consolidated in this block.
What, whereabouts are you now, John? This is on the second page?
Yeah, Form
Form
2.
2. Okay. All right.
14, 15, 16, and 17.
Okay.
and the cost of debt issue. That stays in too.
Yep.
I don't have one.
You don't have,
No.
Three.
Excuse me, John, on Form 2, this water garage rehab, is this 20,000 the final payment?
Yes, yep.
Oh, that's... I don't have one, Deb.
you got that, Jack?
No, I just gotta get it back.
Are you missing the whole budget, Jack?
I don't have a copy of the
Yeah,
budget.
Jack. Here you go.
Laura's got one.
Yep, right there, Jack.
We're all set, Deb.
Thank you, you got one?
Yeah, I brought a couple of extras.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jack, still depend on your liaisons up there at the water department for the board, so. Have questions? Okay.
Form 3. County retirement. Stayed the same. Line 21, health insurance went up.
Went down, we went from 8 employees to 7. Based on the changes Debbie approved the other day. So that went down about $10,000.
That's the health insurance.
The health insurance was $9,096.84, and we dropped the life insurance by $18.30. So roughly $10,000.
The other ones
They're the same.
the same. They were the standard fees. Accountant's fee, treasurer, collector, the audit, and Medicare. The total dropped to
And that, the
1.7.
treasurer collector fees, that is for,
Indirect costs for payroll and the warrants, services
services to it, to the water department from treasurer collector's office, okay.
Okay, Form 4. Change the number of personnel. As you can see, there's primaries, 2 secondaries.
I don't have a Form 4.
You don't have 4, Stu?
No, I think we're looking at draft 3
Draft
next, am I
3.
right?
Yeah, draft 3, Form 4.
Not Form 4, right?
Well, yeah, it's Form 4,
Okay, I'm
but it's
sorry,
draft
it
3.
is draft 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're off on the left hand there.
It's two-sided, so. This is Form 1.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, in our meetings with the superintendent and the business manager and Mr. Toomey, we had discussed how the water board reconfigured that department and desired to do so actually this fiscal year by having 2 secondary operators instead of an equipment operator and a laborer operator. That's when the selectmen voted to lift the hiring freeze for the second secondary. So there's a primary, 2 secondaries apparently, they felt there was more value to having licensed operators on staff rather than having employees that didn't have licenses. So they reconfigured this budget to reflect that change that they are implementing this year, because they're not filling, and they can attest to that, the equipment operator and labor operator.
Where you can see
So
on,
there's 6 full-time employees: the superintendent, the business manager, the primary, 2 secondaries, and an administrative assistant.
so the equipment and labor operators are eliminated.
Well, the positions will remain, but they're not gonna be funded in this budget.
Well, still again, they've got a backhoe down there, so if this is done the way it's printed here and what they want to do, you wouldn't have a equipment operator run your own backhoe. Is that going to be correct? And how about your truck? You need a CDL operator to run your truck down there. So would that be out the door? How are you going to handle it to go perform your duties down there to dig your water breaks?
It was a recommendation from the fiscal team that we hold those 2 positions.
Well, it don't make sense, John. I mean, you get a water break out there now and you don't have a operator. It's a union position. You got a backhoe down there to go out and perform your work to fix a break, or when you're digging mains, replacing one of them jobs, or you should come back, I would say, it's up to you fellas, to revamp the position to cover that. You're gonna have a backhoe, and I'm not gonna drive it. I'm an operator on that, and it's gonna sit there.
Jack,
It's a union issue.
I think the intent was to add CDL license and hydraulic to the secondary operator's position. So we weren't eliminating them to operate the equipment. And I believe, Debbie, we talked to the union on that.
Well, is that in the job description?
It will be in the new job description.
Okay, it will be.
We have to negotiate that, I believe, with the union. So we will operate our own backhoe and our own, dump truck under those positions.
Excuse me, Debbie, did I hear you say there were 6 employees?
Yes, superintendent, business manager, primary. Oh, I'm sorry, then there are, and 2 secondaries and a administrative assistant.
Why is there health insurance for 7?
So we're back to the treatment plant, Stu, on that one. If we end up with that new position on Form 1. So the private treatment plant, we weren't sure how we were going to handle that, if it was going to be internally or... we could drop that.
Something you can require CPRs.
Yeah, see this way. Okay, so
Well, back to the CDL, there's nothing in the job description now about it. We have positions that are open on it. It was my understanding there was more value to having licensed water operators. That's all I understood it to be, that they wanted to, there's only so much money here, so if they want more licensed operators on staff, then they have to adjust the budget and not fill another position. If we, discuss this, we can't certainly discuss collective bargaining issues here. But for now, no. The answer is no. They're not on there, and I'm just working off what I understand.
Exactly, you're right. We can't go into budget, but what I'm trying to do is just say, we got a truck down there, a dump truck. Correct me if I'm wrong, John.
Right.
Got to have a CDL to drive it.
That one, yes.
Right? So the truck will sit idle unless someone comes up on the department that's got a CDL to drive the truck. I think gotta sit down and it's gotta be done. Got a piece of equipment down there. Trying to save money for the ratepayers and keep adding jobs and all this other stuff in there. I mean, right now we're budgeted for what, 6 to go on the health rolls? Now we're talking maybe for the plant we might need one later. Is it going to be for later, or do we need it now? And what you're proposing is what we're trying to vote on tonight, if I'm on the budget. Simple, I think. What I said, maybe I said it wrong.
Well, let me just say that we have, right now, we had to sub out the primary operator's position. We're in the process of hiring 2 more operators. One's going to be a primary, one's going to be a secondary. Right now we have the secondary operator still can operate the backhoe, so there is utilization of that backhoe. Where we need labor on an emergency basis, they're seeking quotes to bring in subcontractors to help us on a water main break. We also intend to use, hopefully, the highway department to cover a need there if that should arise during the day. After hours, it's going to be, we need to get an emergency contractor in to help us in the interim. We have the bases covered now because we get, where are we coming up for the money for the subcontractors to do emergency work? What item would that be?
This year for the unforeseen emergencies?
Yeah.
They're in the maintenance line.
So they're in the maintenance line.
Because we didn't have any reserve account, and that's one of the reasons, we're presenting reserve accounts to help us in these situations.
So.
Right now, it has to be coming out of our, lines.
So we have a plan, we have the funding for it. And we're also, I think everybody realizes we're going to have to do some changes and organizational changes with the department. And we're going to have to, as we go on, we're going to have to, continue streamlining the operation or, staff up a little bit to cover the needs. But we do have the bases covered for emergencies and also for unforeseen instance where we had to bring in an operator to take care of our plant. So, yeah, we do have some equipment down there, Jack, that is underutilized, and hopefully we can, take care of that. With the hiring of new people, like making some changes on the job descriptions. And all these things take time, and they take quite an effort to get things changed and get things more in line with some organizational changes we're looking at.
Jack, any more questions?
No, I think we know that, they're short-handed down there now, but my concern was the operators are going to hire, and the equipment, and Tim answered the question that they can perform it. And we always know the highway department, if they got a break tonight, they got one guy, John can make a call or someone, and you can get, I've always seen that in the past, to help them out in case of emergency.
Exactly. I mean, we've had several conversations with Ron Keith, and he has said time and time again the highway department is ready and able to assist.
And he's covered. He's got the licenses, he's got operator, he got a CDL guy, drive their truck.
Yes.
And I mean, Tim is being a commissioner. They've helped you out, brought a truck, and everything's worked out. Everyone has to work together.
That's the name of the game now.
Yeah. Right now, that's what it is.
Operate lean and mean.
You need all the help you can get down there.
And we're going to work together.
Yeah.
So the other part is the water department has broken out the overtime so that the board could see the breakout now from base wages to overtime, which includes the other things that are in the union contract, standby, weekend, scheduled overtime, all those things that are required under the union contract. And so they have projected amounts for each one of those.
Any questions on that, gentlemen? Stu, anything?
I'm still confused on the 7 employees, when the 6. I realize you could get one in the future for the plant, but it doesn't look like you will be this year because it looks like you'll be farmed out this year because you have nobody at the moment qualified to operate it.
Well, you're looking back on Form 3, Stu?
Yes.
Of the 7?
Well, the guys we have, so including, we're going to be hiring more of a more experienced person for a primary operator. But these guys have the licenses, these 2D and 2T licenses should be able to operate our plant with the training that they're going to get when they get the thing all debugged and the process of getting the thing operational and up and running. So we're going to have our people trained, all of them trained to be able to operate that. So, we might have to, make some more adjustments. You might find in that process of transitioning from being a 2D, 1T operation to a 2D, 2T operation, and we might have to maybe increase our staff, but we'll know better as the budget season approaches us the next year. So,
Tim, just for the people at home, can you explain what the 2D and the 1T?
Okay, the 2D license is a distribution license, and I think the license falls under a certain amount of customers, is it? Or is it an amount of line? So the distribution license covers the piping, keeping the pipes running, keeping the hydrants functional, keeping the gate valves functional, supplying the houses with water. That's the distribution part of it. Treatment side of it, we do have minor treatment in our waterworks, but we're going to increase that with this plant. It's going to get the degree of sophistication is going to go up, and so they're going to have a 2T license to be able to operate that plant. So the guys we've had working for us, they've had 2 and 3Ts. They've had some good training, and they could handle it. So we're going to a little bit more sophistication, but I don't think it's that complicated that we can't use the guys we have, and we will have, to take care of our plant needs. I could be wrong. We might have to look at it. Might have to get a team in there. It's my feeling that it could. You might have to get a team in there to help us with the operation, but I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be that complicated. I think we're going to have a real sophisticated plant with a lot of automation in it, and a lot of people will have to be trained to figure out if there's something that's wrong with it. They'll have to be able to jump in there and straighten it out. And we also have the benefit of having a close relationship with our engineer, Weston and Sampson. So there's a lot of contingencies here and behind supporting us. I think that we'll be fine.
So Tim, you're gonna try to hire another primary operator.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you already have one secondary operator?
Yeah.
Yes. That's on staff right now. So you're gonna hire another one to go with him?
Right.
Right. Now, I notice in here that the equipment operator is also licensed 2D, 2T.
That's what it was before.
Now, is the one that we have on staff now, is he the one that's licensed?
Yeah, the equipment operator, the person that we have remaining was the equipment operator.
Okay, so
and he had a 2D and a 2T license.
So he's the equipment operator / he can be a secondary
I think he just
also.
got his 2T license.
Okay.
So he's up to snuff there.
So we're gonna try to hang on to him, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that will give us an equipment operator in an emergency.
Right now, we're all set right now.
Okay.
But if we hire somebody else on, would be a benefit if he had an operator's license or even a
Well, I agree,
CDL.
except we might run into a union issue at that point.
Might run into a union issue. You might have to
So-
do some adjustments with the descriptions.
Exactly, so, but at this point, we do have a secondary operator who can operate equipment.
Yep.
I'm not sure I want to call him an equipment operator, but he can operate the equipment if he has to.
Well, he's quite a guy. I mean, he's also going to try to get a CDL too, so he's,
Okay. No, I mean, that's going to work out fine.
so he's,
So that might help the
and his
issue.
job description might not match what he's doing, so that's.
So he's got the distribution license and the treatment license,
Yeah.
which he just received.
Yeah.
So the 1 and the 2, that determines the size of the town, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so.
See, he could be the primary operator now for the new plant operation.
Okay.
Last month or 2 months ago, he could have been the primary operator for our current status. But so, it's a matter of having the license and also the experience. He's getting a lot of experience now because he's,
Mhm.
he's got more responsibility, so.
So I just want to calm everybody's fears. We have competent
Oh, yeah.
operator. Okay.
Yeah, we're fine with what we need and what the state requires.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think we would just want to get some clarification that only employees are only going to be hired that actually hold the license. The town isn't going to be paying employees who don't have licenses to come in on the job, and then the town is subsidizing the cost for the coursework, correct? Because we wanted to be clear on that in this budget. Only what's provided for in the union contract, which is the renewal fees, is for these licenses are paid in accordance with the terms of the contract. But there is $3,000 that's proposed in fiscal 14 for training, and I think that we just want to be clear, that's not to cover the cost of an employee who doesn't have a license to go and get a license. They have to have that, and the personnel department is screening all the applicants.
Yeah, there's going to be an ongoing training program for these fellows anyway. So they've got to have, maintain, continuing education credits. They need training in like confined space entry and other things. And they just, we do have a training budget.
Confined space entry you're referring to?
Well, it'll be an open excavation, a trench, maybe in there, or someone might even consider some of our pump houses being confined space because they only have one door.
Right.
So the vaults, confined space. Some of our budget covers some of the safety equipment that we might need to do that, and so we're constantly looking at, and then making sure we're properly trained and making sure we're up to snuff with, with the current trends and our current needs. And they're going to increase because we get this plant. There's going to be a lab in the plant, and there's going to be a very big computer system. So there's going to be training needs or refresher training needs for a lot of things. And so we're going to be on top of it, and we're going to make adjustments as necessary. So.
Okay.
Can I ask Ms. Egan to give me a time frame, a feel for what this job description change takes and the negotiations with the union on these changes?
We're in negotiations right now. That's all I can really say at this point. I don't know how.
You can't.
So you can't really, it takes months, it takes...
It really just depends on what's on the table at that point. We're in negotiations right now for a new contract.
Okay. Thank you.
The basic thing is, right now, you got these openings, and hopeful we get some good applications for the water board to choose. Guys with their licenses for all the way up through to 4, and I don't know. They've been posted, haven't they?
Yes, the secondary positions are posted.
Right.
So it's the requirement of a CDL that is not in that job description that we're discussing at this point. And oftentimes, many people that apply in this profession may also have that anyway.
Yeah.
And they haven't posted the primary.
Not yet.
So right now, on the board posted, you just got what? One secondary or two?
We have two secondaries that are posted right now. One is near ready to be appointed or interviewed by the water board. The second is open at this point.
Okay. And like Tim said too, with these guys and got their licenses, I know we have $3,000 set aside for schooling and all that. And we all know with the plant coming on in a year, they'll get a lot of training, like you said, Tim, through Weston and Sampson to go refreshed and whatever.
Yeah.
So the guys with the licenses can step right in and take over, you know.
See, the state only requires us to have a 2D licensed person. So if they have a 4T, that's nice and everything, but
Yeah.
we don't have.
Don't need it.
Yeah, we need a guy that with a 2D license, a 2D
In the
license.
4T, that equates to,
It's just a different grade, more sophistication every time
Yeah.
we go up on a grade. So it'd be nice if we had somebody that had 10 years' experience with a 2D, 2T license. That's had some experience with this membrane. That would be the wish list, I guess. And then they could train them on the specifics of this plant we're about to have.
now the membrane is a new technology, correct?
Yeah.
Real no.
Hmm?
Real no.
Real new.
Someone that can do that is gonna be a good asset for the water department. Steps in, takes that forward.
All right, move on?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Larry.
I just have a couple of questions. On the new filters for the water department,
You're talking about the membranes?
yes, the membrane filters. What are the replacement costs for those? Is it 500,000 or 50,000 or somewhere in between?
500.
Oh.
500,000.
500,000, there's two filters, that's $1 million. And a 7-year life expectancy, right?
As I understand, 7 to 11 years
Right,
on the
because the way we
membranes?
treat we're gonna rest them.
Okay.
And get life, longer life out of it.
Now, as you have two membranes, as I understand it, this, correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
You
it's
got two
correct.
membranes, and you get one online, and then all of a sudden you rest this one, and you bring the other one up. And as this one's being rested, you purge this one and clean it, correct? So you have a water operator that comes in, and as he operates this membrane, he understands the workings of this device. And if you have a good water operator, he can extend the life of this membrane.
Right.
Okay, did I explain it properly? Okay.
Okay, but the cost of that, we'll say $1 million over 10 years, $100,000 a year. I don't see that anywhere that you're setting aside money to replace those.
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, Tim, you could talk about the articles, what we're going to be doing. Are we gonna get ahead of ourselves?
Yeah, we might be Larry, we're gonna answer that question, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna handle that with a stabilization fund. So we're
Okay.
gonna talk about that with the
Okay.
articles.
Okay. So we'll come back, Larry, to that portion of it.
Fine.
So Tim, take us forward here. Or John?
Well, we have the budget. We approved that budget at our meeting last Thursday night. Then we went into the articles. Do you have the articles handy? Might be better if,
Chairman, do you have any questions on the rates?
Yes,
That was
on the-
something
do you want to stop on the rates
Okay.
first? What do you
Yeah,
want
let's,
to
Well, we haven't got to water expense draft 2. Go through that.
I'm assuming this is changed and incorporated with draft 3 and there's no changes? Is that what it's called, draft 2?
Draft 2, this is Form 5, water expense. That's the one we worked.
Yeah, so there's no change.
There's
here.
no change on that.
That was a really good.
Okay,
There was, the only changes we had were really on the wage piece.
okay. So we're good with, that was the one we reviewed
I think we're
Draft
good.
2 weeks ago.
Draft 2 is AKA draft 3.
AK
Yeah.
3, okay. AKA draft 3, right?
AKA draft 3.
Okay, there we go. That's good to go. All right, moving on to rates. Okay, can you take us through that?
Well, the rates, they were up around 15. Look at the lowest rate, the tier 1 rate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Laura. I think it's been bouncing around almost, it went like from 15.75 down to 15.30. Then we had bumped it back up to 15.40 or something like that. So, in the tweaking of the numbers, not correcting, but updating the numbers for the salary and all these other things that we revisited some of the figures on Form 1 when Laura finally went through and we generated the rates. We also it looks like I think we went up just about 10 cents on a gallon on 1,000 gallons. Is that right, Laura?
That's right.
Okay, so
So we're at $15.40 per 1,000 gallons.
Yes.
So per gallon, it's 1.5 cents.
That's right.
Okay.
so the rate goes from 1.5 to 2 cents.
Okay.
The highest rate is 220.40. And that's for the heavy users, a commercial, over 36,000 gallons.
So that rate has come down from where it was. We were
Yeah,
up somewhere about, as I remember it last time at the table, about
over 2 cents. Yeah.
2 cents
Yeah.
per gallon. So now we're down at 1.5.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's for use. That's 0 to 4,000 gallons, which is the average in the town, right?
It is.
They got some more of accounts.
What's the highest amount of accounts we have? That it's more than it's a majority of the people.
Majority. So it's 1,500 accounts. That's the vast majority of the accounts that use 0 to 4,000. Correct.
Right.
Okay. And you're estimating the average bill to be about $58.31 a month.
Yep.
Jack, do you have anything?
No, I mean, I got it spelled right out, like you just said, Mr. Chairman. Tier 1,
Okay.
Motor 4, 58. You can see the people that up it a little bit, their average Tier 2, 4 to 36, K, 352. And you only have a number of accounts in that Tier 2, 1,500 for one, 241 roughly customers Tier 2, and then look at how it drops to Tier 3.
38.
That's the big takers. People at restaurants or whatever, I would say, that use a lot of water, It brings their average monthly bill $446, a lot of money.
Yeah.
But
So,
they're big takers.
So, you got to also bear in mind that this is based on an average number. And, if everybody wants to drink more water or use more water, then it's going to be, we'll have more income because they're buying more water than we project here. But if we have a very wet season, people are less likely to water their lawns, and that's going to impact the rates too in an adverse effect. So they've been doing this way for many, many years. I would say 15 years. John, you speak to that. How long have they been doing this?
Tiered system?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite 15.
Maybe 10?
Maybe 10.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Yeah. And it makes sense to do it that way, so. You know, it's good to compare it from year to year to year.
How do you put that formula together to come out with?
Well, it's looking at the bills and looking at the average and looking at what you anticipate it to be, and these the two people managing the operation, they get together and figure out if the numbers are realistic, and they go
Based
back
on
and forth.
Yearly consumption.
Yeah.
Looking back.
Yearly consumption, and you go back so many years looking at dry season, wet
5
season,
years.
5 years.
and
Back and
that-
forward. We look back and then we look ahead, and I actually project the rates out 5 years from now too.
so you got to kind of blend the wet years with the dry years,
Exactly.
and then kind of.
That's just one of the
Try to
factors.
strike
That's
an
one of the
average.
factors.
Then you're dealing with, okay, we're going to have, how many new customers do you figure we're going to have this year? Or
So we're looking at close to 60 new customers.
50?
60.
60.
This week alone, we have 3 new customers. So it
So that's-
looks like the growth in the water department is going to be strong.
Yeah.
So we look at that. We look at our capital, short-term and long-term capital, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
So you have 60, so you're going to put up 4% growth?
Yeah, it's looking good. I guess they're selling too, so that's the other good news. So the pressure's on right now for water hookups. Those roads are gonna open and they want to be hooked up.
Okay.
Yeah, they just did a water hookup on
Yeah.
Weathersfield.
Down your street, yeah, there's a new house going on down there, two,
Right.
actually, two.
So it's a rather moving target, Bob. And,
Okay. Larry?
I just have one question on the uncollected funds. Are you using a percentage there, or how are you
So
coming
that's,
up with that?
so this is
Because-
an actual number, Larry.
Well, I thought last week's 41,662 was actual.
No, that was on the first draft. I was
Okay.
wrong on that one, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah. When we went back this weekend, we looked at where the uncollectible is right now, and that's where I am now.
Okay, but this is at the
That was based on.
$11.50 rate, right?
Yeah, that was
So-
June 30th of
Mhm.
2012.
So you expect it to remain the same even though the
I
water
think-
rates are going up?
I think we're gonna collect a little better this year.
Okay.
Is what I'm seeing. That's what we're anticipating right now.
Okay.
That's a pretty close number, Larry, to, where we are right now.
Right.
When we put in the budget the first time, we used June 30th. Now I'm looking at today,
Okay.
April. That's what I'm looking at right now. It's on my desk. For this bill's going out, that's what we have uncollectible for the bills that are going out next week. I think this will be an area where, we'll get the team together and start looking at how to explain it a little better. And,
I know, it's
presenting this
a rough
number.
number to try to estimate.
It's
because
pretty close. I was trying to bring the rates to where I was today, when we worked on it last Thursday. So, it's a real number right now.
Could that help, Larry?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think it's worth saying too that this year we've been very conservative in an effort to keep the rates down. So, we've been looking at a lot of things. We've been sharpening our pencils on many things, and we're trying to do our best to try to make it less painful for everybody. So we'll do the best we can.
Stu, you have anything on the rates?
Not at the moment, be honest with you.
Okay. I'll just give you the opportunity to put, again, Stu is our liaison, plus Jack up the water department. Joe, anything?
No, I don't.
I'm all set.
All set? Okay. Tim, want to take us forward?
Okay, we're doing the articles now.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
why don't
sorry.
we just look at the table, the revenue breakout
Oh, yes.
that needs to go on the warrant?
So,
Do I have that?
Just for the capital.
No, I don't have it. Okay. Okay, we'll share it. Okay, take us through that.
Yeah. Yeah, take this one. No, just let that one change.
Okay.
Well, we obviously, if you look back at 2012 and 13 and 14, we're going up. So that's a function of it's going to be more expensive for the water. We're getting more revenue in.
Just under 500,000.
More expensive water. Permits are down. And 12. I don't know what's that, why, John, do you have any ideas?
Well, it was kind of a building slump there for a while.
Excuse me, John? I can't hear.
Kind of a building slump there for a while. So we're trying not to be too aggressive on that number. It's hard to say how many actually, come to hook up each year. So we're kind of cautious on the actual permits.
Everything else looks like it's kind of stable, except for the water bills. There's an increase there because obviously we've increased our rates last year. We get more revenue coming in, I believe. Right, Laura?
Right?
Okay.
Can I ask a question on your water bills? Why did the water bills go up premature with the free cash, amount of free cash that you have?
So what happens too with that was we didn't anticipate going monthly billing in May and June. So we were still quarterly when the water department presented the budget to town meeting. And then we went monthly within that year, and we didn't anticipate that. I wasn't really working in the water department. I think they were trying to go earlier too, like maybe go in January, but they ended up going monthly in May. And that's what created some of the free cash. Most of it was the two billings that we had.
And then we're talking about May last year.
May and June, so those were two extra billings that were not budgeted when we went to town meeting the year before.
Right.
We were still quarterly, we weren't anticipating going monthly, I guess when they presented the budget.
As I recall too, Stu, I think that Weston and Sampson kind of initiated the feeling that we should do monthly billing starting last year. So we started, monthly billing was pretty much at the prompt of the Weston and Sampson. Do you recall that, John?
Yeah, I think it was gearing up so that it would be in play for the fiscal year when it began. So, like with any new system, there's bugs that need to be worked out. And the first month or two, there were various issues that had to be solved in the way the things read and reported. But it did generate an extra revenue because there was a quarterly collection just before that. So it kind of made an overlap in revenue. So that's why it showed some extra cash in the free cash.
I just feel this the monthly billing you're farming it out for $18,000. You could cut that down perhaps to $4,500, save $13,500 if you went quarterly. And if you insisted on staying monthly, and you kept it in-house, there's some folks, say seniors, for example, who like to earn a little money stuffing your envelopes instead of farming it out.
Yeah, I know.
Keep it in town.
Talked a little bit about it at the last meeting too. The monthly billing offers us an opportunity to determine if there's any kind of leaks. And so it seems like every other month we're coming up with somebody that had a big leak, and all of a sudden they got, instead of a $58 bill, they got like as much as, what's the worst one we've seen? $3,000 or something like that?
Yeah, just a couple of weeks.
So if it was like a quarterly billing cycle, there would be quite a significant amount of money to be able to dole out.
This 18,000 in-house, I mean, like I just said.
Well, that's
a couple of seniors or something part-time, be glad to come to your table down there and put the bills and stuff, the envelopes.
I think that's just a postage, isn't it?
No, it includes everything. Yeah,
With the
stuffing,
printing,
yeah,
stuffing, and all that
and
stuff.
printing, yeah, the paper.
Tim, is the commission given it any thought to, because of the electronic metering now that you have, we read the meters electronically, to do a monthly reading, and that would solve the leak problem. If somebody had a leak, you could tell. And bill quarterly. So in other words, take.
Well, there's an idea we haven't thought of, so.
Take 4 meter readings and then bill that on a quarterly basis. It gets you the 18,000.
Yeah.
Get down to the 13. But on the other hand, you're still taking the readings, and I'm assuming if you dump them into the computer, it's gonna red flag something that's unusual, an unusual event.
Yeah.
In other words, somebody's used twice as much water in this month than the previous month. And then you could check on that and see what's going on.
I think the other thought too was, you know, if you wait 3 months, the person's going to get a bill. It's like $400 or $500.
Yeah, that's true.
And all of a sudden, well, I didn't save up for that. And, you know, it's you run into
worse when we get it biannually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we had one customer that I think that had a leak that was actually started 6 months prior to the billing. And that was a pretty bad bill, wasn't it?
Pretty substantial, yeah.
Yeah,
Thousands.
Now, when you pump from your wells out to the distribution into the town, and you know how much water is being used by the customers, and then you know how much water is being pumped out of the wells, can you check for leaks in the system and know, is there a leak in the system? Is there, in the distribution part of it?
I think that don't we have somebody come and check the lines once in a while?
Well, we do have leak surveys done.
Yeah.
Now, when you say check the lines, it's the same thing as like the gas.
Right around like the gas.
Like the gas company with the cones, and they just listen.
Yeah. Listeners.
Get out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a thing there too. That isn't done monthly. That's done, what, John, every 2 years?
I think it's every 2 years.
Yeah.
The state wants
Every
Done
2
it.
years?
See, so you say up front of your house is a leak. Only way you're gonna detect it is surfaces, And just talking with what Bob's saying, I know someone that just got a monthly bill, and it went from $80 to $580.
Wow.
They had a leak,
Mm-hmm.
and they're fixing it. I won't say
I
names.
know.
Yeah, I know. Friends of mine.
So
And
we have a
that was 1 month.
So we have a
So we read every 6
Yeah.
months.
So the distribution is checked every 2 years
Right.
for leaks.
But also in the software that we have, the Neptune software has a report, it's leak detection.
Okay.
And it comes up when they're riding, there's a little tab, it says leaks, and the employees will come back and show me that, and Marie and I will call, or we'll set up job sheets and find out why that is flagging on that report. We could do that every day if we want. We do it when we run around with the monthly reading. And this month, actually it's on my desk right now, we had 15 people on that report. So, you know, it's part of my job is to figure out why that came up on that report.
Okay, so
And I can show you that.
I'm sorry.
But basically, what it comes down to is what Bob said, that you don't turn and put 1 million gallons of water into the pipe and expect a meter reading of 1 million gallons used.
No.
No, but we're reading the tank, we're reading the system under our permit, we're only allowed 10%, John, I believe.
Yeah, 10%.
Not billed.
Unaccounted for.
Yeah. So
10% unaccounted for.
We're reading the tank, we're reading, we know what we're pumping, I know that for a fact, because we're looking at, you know, we're gonna load the tanks up at the treatment plant, we need 100,000 gallons of water in the next few weeks. Actually, this week, right, John? Isn't it 100,000 gallons?
100,000.
So I'm looking at how much we were pumping. We were pumping 820 gallons a minute on Saturday, when I was here Saturday. Because we're looking to see if we have enough water to fill those tanks with the wells that we have going
Yeah,
now.
they're gonna test the tanks.
They're going to test the tanks this week.
So they need
they're gonna
water
start
to test
loading
them.
Sure.
Right. So
You need 100,000 gallons.
100,000 gallons.
Yeah.
That's like 3 swimming pools.
Drop in the bucket.
There's
Don't talk about swimming pools.
385,000 gallons underneath the building. When we load up the water, be 385,000 gallons. So there's going to be a lot of water underneath that building. Soon.
And it gets up the line.
Well, it's coming. It's
But
coming.
if we have a leak up there, then
We
it goes
get a
back
leak
in the
up there,
aquifer and
we're in
it goes right
trouble.
back into the.
Yeah, use it again.
It's a big, yeah.
We just have to pay to pump it twice.
Right.
The weight alone.
Okay,
That's
we
where you
should
come in, with the electric bills.
continue with the operating revenues.
Okay. So I think that the water bills reflect an increase of rate from last year or from this year. I mean, it's going to increase from, what, 25%, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So it's a 25% increase in the total revenue, but, you know, we've done everything we can do to keep it down with, working very hard with everybody on this budget.
Debt
Okay.
service.
Larry,
And then we
anything
get
else?
debt surface.
Anything else on this?
No.
Okay. Board members?
The other thing, like John just brought up, the debt service. So this year, we're gonna have a higher debt service because of the bond we had to pull.
Right.
So that suggests that had a lot to do with that increase.
All right, now, the articles?
So the articles, Laura, would you like to take over there, just go through every article?
Okay.
Stanley.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So the first two articles are going to be a transfer from within Article 6 for the refunding of the debt. And I think Karen Summit has talked to everybody about this over the last couple of months. So what we're going to be doing is moving from line 154, which was the interim loan for the water treatment plant interest, into the refunding for the new building. The first article is for $1,500, and that's the principal. And then the second article is for $66, and that's going to be the interest. And this is kind of a maintenance, articles.
Okay. Karen,
We just had a mislabeling on our refunding. So when we refunded our debt last year, one of the descriptions was wrong, and the actual debt that was the water debt was mislabeled as part of the town debt. So we just had them flopped on the budget. So when we when we went through and did the statement of indebtedness this year, we figured out that they had mislabeled them. So we had actually underfunded the water debt by $1,500 plus some interest, and overfunded part of the town debt by the same amount. So the net effect was zero, but because the underfunded one was in the water, they need to transfer money to cover that.
Am I missing something here? Under the first one, we're transferring $1,500
Right.
from line 163. And it's going into line 154.
Yeah, I'm sorry, did I flip-flop it? I'm sorry.
No, you didn't. That's what it says.
Right, so we need
But-
to transfer money into the principal line.
Right. No, I understand what
Okay.
we're doing.
Mhm.
But we wind up with a total appropriation of $1,400,464.
Well, that's Article 6. It hasn't changed in Article 6. We're not changing the total of Article 6, we're just changing the line. And Debbie, maybe I
That's
did-
that's the debt, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it's all within the same budget.
Right, so the budget didn't change, it's just we transferred from one line to the other.
We
For
took
the
it out of
total
one.
article.
We took it out of one pocket, put it in another.
Yeah,
Right.
we're
Okay.
just doing, it's really a maintenance article. I see this as a maintenance article.
Okay. I was wondering why it was the same figure all the way down the page.
Yeah, because we're not raising any rates.
Not going into a different
There's no
line.
impact on the
Okay.
ratepayers.
All right, that answers my question.
Okay.
The second article is for the acting superintendent. For the past 60 days, I was acting superintendent for John when he was out on his leave, and this is an article to reimburse me for the difference between John's salary and mine for the regular hours I worked.
I've looked through all those figures and they're accurate and they test that, that's an accurate number. I think she's worth more, but that's I think what's
Tim.
allowable. She's really done a wonderful job holding the mark there and keeping us going. So, the state's very happy with her.
And then
I'll add to that what Tim said. I was down a couple Saturdays and asked her why she was here to do the job. So I totally agree with Tim. Laura filled in.
Yeah, I was so lucky to have
a great
her.
job. And I will credit.
Mr. Chairman, getting back to that original article, what we would probably want to say then, if we're moving 1,500 from line 163 to line 154, we would say for a new appropriation of 11,500. We would just reference normally the budget line, that's all.
Okay.
So when you send me these in a Word document, I can make these
Okay.
changes.
On that first article.
So it would be for a total appropriation of 11,500. We would reference the budget line
Okay.
in last year's
Of last
Town
year's
meeting
town
warrant.
meeting budget, okay.
for a total appropriation of that, not of the total
Budget itself.
budget.
That's
Correct.
what threw me
When
off.
we do this for the general fund, it's the same way.
Instead of the total 1,400,000.
That's right.
That's what threw me off.
Well, that's when I realized
Okay,
this.
so that would refer back to last year's budget article. Okay.
How much was that, Deb?
And so the same for the next one.
11,000?
Yeah, because the appropriation was 10,000.
Right, and it's gonna go to
11,000.
So do you wanna,
And then
you'll
the-
help me with that, Deb?
Yeah, we'll just the other one too. We'll just
And then the next one too, for the salary.
New water
Yeah,
building
we'll have to do the
interest.
same thing.
We'll add the $66 to that. That's
Yeah.
currently budgeted at $1,469. And then we'll add 66 in for a
Right.
total of $1,535.
Okay.
And then the third
Yeah,
article,
this-
Deb.
So we would just do the same on line 148, business manager salary.
Okay.
We would add in the $2,353.
You taking this down?
Yeah, I got it. I think I've done these both ways, to be honest with you.
Okay, so,
Instead of, and then,
Yeah, I'm just adding it up right now, that's okay.
Okay.
For a total appropriation of $52,025.
Okay.
and not reference the 1 million.
And then I take out of Article 6.
Yeah, I can,
Yeah.
I'll just format it when I get it
Okay.
physically onto the warrant.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the next article that would be a transfer is for the emergencies certified operator for $12,000.
I don't have that.
Did we send that over today?
That's number 6.
Do you have that?
No.
I'm working off the package that I got on Friday.
It's on the back page of,
Was there something?
the water prize enterprise free cash of 25,000. It's on the back of that page.
Oh, to see if the town will vote to transfer the water department enterprise fund the sum of $12,000 to be added to line 150?
I don't see anything on the package.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm out of sequence here.
Where'd you get that?
I found it back.
Next to the last page right here.
Next to the last page.
Go to the last page and just look on the back of the, next
Okay,
to the last.
is this the one,
You don't have the article, ready?
I think it's the next to last
she's
page.
working on Friday's copy. Didn't we
Okay.
give her something today?
I didn't have time. The selectmen already got, it
Yeah.
explained to John.
Okay. Okay, so we gotta work off of, what we gave Debbie Friday.
Okay.
Okay, so that
That wouldn't be there, that would
so
be
then go back
someplace
to the
else.
free cash.
Okay, oh, we have it, it's in there, it's in
Yeah.
the package.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, to see if the town will vote to transfer the water department's enterprise fund the sum of $12,000 to be added to line 150, water maintenance expenses of Article 6 of the annual town meeting, April 30th, 2012.
Well, I'm concerned about the article. It doesn't explain why
Yeah.
in the article language this is needed. Secondly, I would steer the board away from pulling out money out of free cash and inserting it into the operation budget.
Yeah, I think Debbie, I think we'll probably have to have a quick meeting with the Board of Water Commissioners and go back to transferring it from wages to
That's not
the
right.
maintenance line like you originally.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we
It's the 14th,
talked
right?
about that, I think I gave you a quick message. I think we're gonna have to have a
This
meeting
is from
on
2012.
2012, okay.
Just to address
Right,
that one
thank you.
issue.
That
It's one
makes-
article.
It makes it very uncomfortable taking money out of free cash and putting it into operation.
I know.
That's something the auditors have said that really we shouldn't be doing.
We,
Is that another case too of that
Yeah, we'll go
You're gonna
back
have
and
to-
rewrite this one and present it to the board on Thursday, to the Board of Water Commission, and get it right over to you, Debbie.
We can also look at staying within the fiscal 13 budget, because it's a special town meeting article, so we're moving money in the fiscal 13 budget.
From the
The-
wages.
So, yes, if, on the calculations for the wages, if there's a concern you're not gonna have enough, there's also line 163, water treatment plant interim loan interest, that, by the way, the Board of Selectmen voted to place an article on last week for $15,875 to cover the cost of the
DEP.
the administrative consent order. And the treasurer has indicated that probably about 20,000 of that is needed. So there's,
so
Plenty
I
of
think
funds.
with the,
in that as well.
we're figuring on 12,000.
That's probably the better way to handle it, is take it out of the interim loan, Karen, is that what?
No, well, there's money in there too. I think what the selectmen would like to see is some type of commensurate move, since this has been to cover the cost of contract services to do employee work, and we've had a private company in, actually doing what employees were doing in the water department. So theoretically, without the employees there, we should be able to move from the wages to the expenses to cover the cost, realizing the privatization portion is a higher rate, I think, overall. But
Well,
is there some portion of the wage line that can be moved from the expenses to cover the private company that's working there right now? And if not all of it covered under that, if you're estimating 12,000, some portion from wages and then maybe some from the interim loan line that seems to have a lot of funding available.
I think what we did is I asked them to try to figure out what we had for a surplus, projected surplus of that wage line. Did you work up those numbers? John? So I asked them to do that, to look at, we had estimated 12,000, so I'm kind of thinking too that you think 12,000 is going to cover our needs with that contract. Right now, we got a bill on the table for 6,000.
Right.
Was that for a month, Laura?
Right, so, and we're also paying Rob at the higher,
Right.
he's the acting primary.
What do we
so-
get?
A consideration if you hire someone before.
Well, how fast can we hire somebody? I mean, we have advertised, we have one,
This is covering primary
Secondary.
water. Yeah, you have the secondary.
secondary is advertised right now.
If the secondary can be an acting primary to cover the DEP requirements, you know, that should.
Well, we
that should
need
be
three
fine.
operators, and so, but we'd like to hire them and just get them on board.
Well, if you don't have enough, if
Right
the
now.
concern is,
Yeah.
I presume this is to cover what, 2 months in,
So I have
May and June?
seven more payrolls to go.
so $6,000 a month for which months would this be used?
Well, we paid 6,000 already. We're gonna have another month come up fast on us. And so that'd be 12,000. We're asking for 12 on this transfer. I think that we had, the number you threw out to me earlier was, we had we had a surplus of what, about 40,000?
Yeah.
Was it 50?
40 to 50,000.
$40,000 to $50,000
In the wage line?
in the wage line.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we got money to take care of that. It's a matter of what number do we put into this article. Right now, we're saying 12. Do we need to be a little more conservative and bump that up? Or what do you guys think? Well, it's a function of, it's a function of hiring. Yeah, it's a function of hiring somebody.
Right.
How fast can we hire somebody? And, you know, we have a selection process. and You might have trouble getting good qualified candidates. Maybe we want to bring it up.
Yeah, it's difficult to.
You want to put. So we're going to have a meeting.
Because they're usually always working somewhere.
Yeah.
You generally end up stealing them from another municipality.
Takes time.
Well, the most important thing is that you hire the right person for the position,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't encourage you to rush to fill it. If you have a company and you're satisfied with the work, I think the transfer into the expense line is wise. It's just, could we take it from the wage line so that overall, like, instead of inserting free cash into the budget?
Yeah, I would think it come from the wage line
And
instead
if
of
it
using free
can't
cash.
possibly, I would
Absolutely.
suggest the water treatment plant interim loan, but I think we would want to see.
Well, we get 12
what
now
I
on
did,
the
Debbie-
table.
Think about it
Tim?
before the meeting.
We gotta get the number on the article though.
When you say you've already paid out 6,000, what did that cover?
That's 4 weeks.
That's 4
March.
weeks.
That started on, I hired Weston Sampson on February 23rd.
When we lost Ralph, we had to hire him to bring him in.
Okay.
So I think I'd feel more comfortable at bringing it up at the meeting, but I think we're looking at 18. Something to cover.
Yeah, I'd say, I go for the 2010.
Okay.
And if it's agreeable, I think Debbie's idea too of taking it out of the article for, I mean, the interest.
Line
Yeah.
163.
163, Debbie?
Which is the wage line, correct?
No, this is the water treatment plant interim loan
Oh,
interest.
okay.
So what, I guess,
We're looking at, right now, we're 73% into our year for our salaries. Our overtime, emergency overtime, we only use 37% of. You know, we're in the season now for, if we do hydrants, we'll be working,
Right.
you know, nights. You know, I know that we have a little more money in the wage line, but I think without any unforeseen emergencies, if we have to hire the highway department or other people in town to help us, if we have the other line to go to, I think it would be better
So this is going to be reworded as,
Well, I think the water board's meeting this week is what Mr.
Thursday.
Chilton is saying. So
Okay.
they would redo this anyway and get
we
it
have to
done.
do it, you have to do it over because we decided last meeting
okay,
to do it out of the free cash.
and bring it back.
We can't do that, so we gotta straighten that out Thursday, small
All right.
meeting. So the number on the article, so, but now we're talking about now two different,
Well, if you,
Things here,
line 163 seems to have, you know, substantial amount of funds in that
Mhm.
that was set aside for a planned interim loan interest payment, and Mrs. Summit explained to us that actually probably only about 20,000 of that
And
is
probably
needed.
that's
That's
probably being very conservative. so.
158,000. So the selectmen have an article for 15,875, and potentially there's 20,000 to cover contract services to cover the town under the primary water operator license.
That makes sense. I think that makes more sense.
It stays within
Yeah, it
the
stays.
fiscal 13
Okay.
budget.
I think I know where everybody's going here. I could rework those.
that's just one article, we gotta rework.
Yeah, well, the
Before
other ones, I'm
Thursday's
gonna reword them so that they're appropriate.
Okay, so you,
Yeah.
okay, so we're everybody on the same page?
And now we're into the transfers from free cash. And I think there might be another change here that maybe I'm
The
missing.
$25,000?
So the 25,000 is for this year's unemployment, that was not budgeted at all. So this is a new article.
So this is going to be reworded, too.
Well, I don't know, would it be the board's desire to once again
Yeah, we
transfer
could do
out
that.
of lines 163 for that?
163.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
Might as well keep all the, like, employment. That
All
makes,
right.
okay, so wait a minute, hold on. So I'm gonna move that one up and do the same thing.
Okay.
We're 25,000 is, I think, the number.
Right. And the next article?
Is for 2 filing cabinets, for the business office.
Right.
For $1,200.
So when we had our meeting, Mr. Chairman, we discussed, the purchase of capital equipment would be appropriate for free cash.
Right.
But once again, in this case, we could also take it out of that line as well.
Yep. 160, this would come out of 163.
We could,
Yeah, I mean,
instead of the free cash. It's-
Okay.
it's a-
I think too, it might help people understand what we're doing.
Yeah. Okay, so this one
So
has to
I'll
be
move that one also
reworded.
into
Okay,
the,
so we get more than,
I got
gotta
it,
do some
Tim.
more. Okay.
I'm taking
Okay.
good notes.
okay.
Next article.
Then the next one is our fence keys and alarms, which is at the wells.
Yep.
And we all know what's happening there, for $6,000.
And we discussed that at the team meeting,
Right.
and budget meeting, that this would be appropriate off budget. Remember, this was on the list
Right.
of budgetary things, and we said this should be a separate article.
So that one's okay to stay where it is, right? Okay.
The wording is okay?
It could come out of the line 163.
163 also.
Oh, you want to change it?
It
Okay.
could,
All right.
Yeah.
it doesn't,
Hey, I get it. Okay.
Okay.
This
next.
helps our free cash, our stabilization for the future.
All right, the next one,
Is safety equipment for $5,000. Do you want to do?
5,000. Oh, wait a minute.
You want to keep with that program?
I'm missing 5,000, isn't it?
I can't find it.
5,000?
$5,000.
I have it on the list.
Do you have it?
I don't see the.
No, I don't have it.
I have 10,000.
What do you see?
Oh, I don't have 5,000 for that.
I don't see it in the package.
I don't have
I
it.
don't see it, yeah. But we did talk about
We
it.
talked about having an article, so,
Okay, what was the
if, that was one of the other items, that we discussed that would be
safety
appropriate.
equipment for harnesses
And
and
the things that go over the
Yeah, it's
trenches,
for-
and we talked
I have
about
it. I
that.
have
the
it here.
tripod for
Yeah,
the,
yeah, that's
the
it.
tripod for the harness system.
Yep.
So when you go into a trench or anything else, that you have a safety harness and you're hooked up all the time. That's for cave-ins and, yeah.
We did discuss that.
But you also have the barrier on
And
the side
there's
of the trench.
also an oxygen meter, I think.
An
too,
oxygen
so-
meter, when you go into the vaults and,
That's all required.
Hmm?
That's all required safety equipment.
yeah, that's all OSHA required.
I don't know whether you could mention that in the article. Make it more palatable.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that all we're doing is just bringing it up to what's required by state law
Well,
or federal law.
the municipalities are exempt.
Oh, that's right too, yeah.
We can follow it.
Yeah.
We
We
try
should
to-
follow OSHA guidelines, but they
We
don't,
try to follow it, but it's not
well,
mandatory.
it's not mandatory for the town, OSHA.
Yeah,
Somebody's gonna jump up and say,
by
Yeah,
remind us
mentioning
of
it,
that.
Remind us, yeah,
gives
that's,
them a warm fuzzy feeling.
that's my private sector's job coming back.
Deb, you have a Kleenex there? Thank you.
Okay, so this will come out of
163.
163
So-
also, the 5,000.
So now we have unemployment, filing payments, fence, fees, alarm, safety equipment. Now
Okay,
we're down to our standard operating procedure manual
the $10,000,
for $10,000.
okay. And this will come out of
I had it out of free cash, but
free cash, but Debbie,
was
this
there a
should come
vote
out
on
of,
that?
this 10,000 should come out of 163 also,
This is for the,
safety? I'm
Operating
sorry,
procedures.
standard
well,
operating
the standard
procedures.
operating procedures is something that,
No, I'm all right.
Oh, you're
yeah,
all right?
just-
is something we had discussed with the DEP
It's pretty big.
in our meeting.
No, I don't need,
You sure? That's the only one I have over there.
no, I'm all right.
I've got one.
We discussed this, Mr. Chairman, when we were at the DEP, and they, one of the considerations they felt in reducing the fine to $15,875
Right.
would be the town's willingness to produce a standard operating procedure manual that would cover a lot of the details dealing with maintaining the wells and,
Mhm.
you know, distribution work and water main breaks and hazardous materials and step-by-step procedures that they would follow. In addition, it would cover the cost to train the employees. So the company that would be writing the manual, the contract would also include training, implementation on how to do that.
This will come out of 163 also?
Well, I think what we're looking for is to have a warrant article that would not wash away at the end of the fiscal year. We wouldn't be transferring it to a budget line. It would be an appropriation standalone article so that, you know, because we have to go out to bid to hire a company
Okay.
to do all this. But it would be something, it's not specifically required in the DEP consent order, but it was one of the considerations they felt that we needed to really produce and implement for the employees so that they're fully trained in all the requirements to run a water system. I don't know if Laura can probably contribute to that, or John, but I think that was more or
Yeah.
less the intent. So this article would cover it.
So it's a separate warrant article.
Would be a warrant article, because it would be, if the implementation and the training, you know, may take some time. So if we had an article to draw down from expenses into the
From
next
expenses
fiscal year.
into-
Yeah.
So this would come out of,
Well, any number of sources, so it could be transferred out of that budget line of 163
that's 163?
into a standalone article to be used by the Board of Water Commissioners to produce the standard operating procedures, manual, and the implementation and training, to include all of that. We can work on the language a little bit.
So that one's gonna be a little different than the other. The other ones will be a transfer from line to line.
And this will be.
This will be a transfer from.
Transfer and appropriation.
163 to the article. This will be our first article.
That's transfer and appropriation alone. So it'll be off budget. This will be an off budget
Right,
account.
that makes sense, because if we don't use it by June 30th, the other articles will lose it, this one we won't. Okay, just so I understand, okay.
You good, Laura?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
I think I got it.
Laura got quotes from different companies.
Yeah, I started to get quotes. I actually got 3 on my desk, Debbie, Ty and Bond and Weston and Sampson and, there's another company, I forget, Wright and Pierce. So
Yeah,
I got 3 quotes right now. And I need to firm that up a little bit.
So these are just estimates, and that would be to produce the manual, and then an implementation plan that includes training, and of course, one-on-one training, or training to the crew, will take some time.
Okay. Now, next one, this is the $75,000. This is the appropriation to go into the stabilization. Larry, this is the one I think you're interested in.
Yeah. What happened to 6 and 7?
So the ACO, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The Board of Selectmen is actually inserting their own article for the compliancy requirement for the consent order. So that would be the number 7 on the list. Of 15,875 out of line 163. And then on the stabilization, so
We'll change the amount, Debbie.
so we would have an article just, I know I can work with the town council with it, but I just need to make sure the water board voted this. So we would have an article to create a water stabilization, special permit, special purpose stabilization fund for the water department. That would be the first article in sequence. The second would be the amount that's being appropriated and being transferred into the newly created stabilization account. If the prior article doesn't pass, the second one's no.
So this would, what you were asking for, Larry, about the membrane. We're
Right.
putting money aside in the stabilization fund for such occurrence.
Okay.
Okay?
So first you have to establish the line item.
We would have to establish, we would have to have an article seeking town meeting permission to authorize the creation of a special purpose water stabilization account with the conditions that use of this account will require a 2/3 vote at town meeting. That's similar to the regular stabilization fund in the town. So if that passes, the second article will be to transfer from free cash the sum of $75,000 to be transferred into the water stabilization account.
It's kind of a rainy day
So what
fund.
happens with all the other money, Debbie? That's what I guess I was confused. Are we gonna wait and recertify that? If we don't transfer the whole thing, the
Well,
balance?
I don't know how much is left in the free cash, but either that or will wash out. You have to use it by the end of the fiscal year. Will wash out and can be used next. It will come out in the following year's free cash.
Yes, we have so I have a total of 344,050, and the only thing we're moving from free cash tonight was the stabilization.
Well, I think that's a decision maybe we can have with the selectmen tonight.
So we would want that whole fund, we would want to try to get that money into a stabilization account versus trying to recertify it.
Well, once it gets into stabilization, you need 2/3 vote at town meeting, right?
2/3 vote to get that out of.
Yeah, but if we don't put it somewhere now, we don't have the opportunity for the board to vote at all.
You can't use it in
You can't
the
use
fall
it,
town
you'll
meeting.
lose it.
Well, you can't use it, but you need to have it
Recertify
there
it.
so you can actually say we're gonna, we can add to it, right?
You can add to the stabilization at town meeting,
Stabilization
the free the free cash, if it's not appropriated, will just wash out into the next fiscal year.
So if we have an overabundance of free cash, would it make more sense to maybe put 100,000 in it versus 75? Or?
Well, you certainly, it's a policy decision, I think,
Yeah.
that the board needs to discuss. If you have that much there and you want to put it in and invest it,
So we have free cash in the tune of like 344,000.
And the only thing you're
The
putting
only
away
thing
is 75.
75 is gone.
Is that certified though? We know that?
Yes.
That's firm? Yeah. Okay.
So if we don't earmark it or put it aside,
right,
then we're going to have the same decision next year, because we're going to have that same amount plus interest, right? Because when they certify it again, we'll have like 357, well, 345 less 75, and then it'll increase because of interest, right?
No,
well, if we stick it in the stabilization,
it would get interest.
it
would,
does.
well, get
So
interest.
I think.
So next year we'll be looking at, I didn't want to muddy the water with that. We're still going to have a high dollar figure. We decide we should put that away. So if we get 345,000, we should probably put over 100,000 away, because we know the thing's going to cost $1 million. So maybe 100.
Well, one will cost 500,000. Two, you get $1 million.
Yeah, but they're going to.
But you're not going to.
They might not fail the same year, but they're going to be maybe 2 years apart.
Right.
Hopefully they'll be 5 years apart, so we can.
You
Oh
can
yeah,
always
that's
put
what you
more in
again
the
would
first
look at
couple of
them.
years, because
Excuse me.
You can always put more in the first couple of years because it's an unknown. As things go along further, you can always reduce the amount, which would kind of make sense since we're at this forefront of technology. You know, it would be better to put more in up front as an unknown, and then as 2 or 3 years go along and maybe more municipalities come online or the filter drops in price, we can lower that rather than raise it.
Well, and I think based on the fact that you've said, you know, you have this free cash because you had these extra billing cycles, and then maybe you want to put more in there now, so you have it, you know, available for that, or for, you know, tempering your rates at some point in the future.
You may not be in a position where you have this kind of free cash again in the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Well, it
thinking.
will always be recertified. See, this is.
But we won't have access to it.
Right, so I strongly would support putting all of it away, you know, and saving it, and letting town meeting or the selectmen be the deciding vote on how to get it and where it needs to go, instead of leaving it out there to be recycled. I really, really strongly believe in this article. And it's from the day
what's that dollar amount?
you know.
I mean, you know how I am. I've always
Yeah.
talked at town meeting about stabilization.
Yeah,
That's,
I think it's a
that's critical.
wise thing for everybody to be talking about. I think we should put all of it in, if, you know, and let it go, and.
Well, I think that I would be happy with like 150, and because we're running so lean and mean this year, we might need money for capital equipment.
You can't
next
use
year.
it. You can't use it without recertifying it, Tim.
No, I'm talking about this time next year. We have a need for some equipment we don't have, or something's broken down. We need to buy some equipment, like trucks or whatever. So we're going to need some money to set aside for that.
You
Instead
can
of
always
throwing the whole
borrow
thing.
for something like that too, and that spreads out, you know, your payments over the course of 5 years.
Well, you could,
But
yeah,
you have the
finance it.
money put in your, you know, stabilization account.
Well, it's good to have, you know, good sized stabilization fund. That'll help borrowing, right?
Right, because that's, you know, one of the
What do you
things.
What do you think? What do you recommend? We're looking at 75 only because we were thought maybe, you know, we should kind of be a little conservative with all our numbers this year. But what do you think we should do?
Well, you know, I think as much as you can foreseeably save, because you know that in the future you're going to have these, you know, these $500,000, you know, almost, you know, it's almost like an operating expense.
Yeah.
Because you know you're going to keep having them. And if you can plan for that, then, you know, if you have free cash in the future, you might be able to, you know, you need to buy trucks. it might be better to borrow that and spread your payments out, you know, over 5 years, and just have, you know, your principal and interest as part of your budget.
Mm-hmm.
You know, given where interest rates are now, and, you know, it doesn't look like they're going up anytime soon, you know, it seems like it's better to, you know, spread things out. I mean, we're not talking huge expenses, you know, for trucks, right? You know, maybe $100,000, and if you divide that over 5 years, you know, that's $20,000 a year,
Yeah.
which is much more palatable to your budget.
Yeah.
You know,
And putting more money into the stabilization fund.
right, to get ready for these big hits, you know, you're going to have.
Right.
So we know we have $340 some odd thousand in certified money that we could put aside.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing we're putting aside is, right now we're on the table is $75,000 put aside for potentially a $1 million expense, say 10 years out or 8 years out. Well, it might make sense to put it all in, I guess. Or maybe 75% of that money. What do you?
I would vote to put it all in and let the selectmen and town meeting be
Well,
the decider.
I'm just thinking, you know, if something pops
We
up.
still have the 50,000 in the other, we still have on Form 1. That's where I saw this 50,000, which we never had. We could buy a truck with that. Our trucks are only 32,000, only.
Well, again, right here,
Yeah.
to bond it, you know, over time.
Right. Well, you know what? You have to look at your situation when you say, okay, you know, this year we want to buy trucks. You have to look at the overall picture.
Well, they're part of the capital plan.
Right. But I mean, you have, at the time when you're ready to make it, you know, you look at your overall
But you
financial
also
picture and figure
you may
out what's
pop
the
up with
best.
something, you know, an interest payment or something that, you know, it's out of line from what you foresaw.
Right.
So would it be right to have, then you go into the stabilization and then take the money for that? Now you're gonna require to go to town meeting to do that.
But you
Now,
have
if you
to
have
anyway.
you have the free cash.
You have to go to town meeting anyway.
Once you go by June 30th, you don't spend it, you can't.
You
Yeah,
lose
that's
it.
right, after this next.
And then it
fiscal year.
gets recertified in this time next year. So this whatever, even if it's 300,
Mhm.
that will just be added to whatever next year's. So, you know, I really strongly support putting it aside and letting the selectmen and town meeting vote versus the water department.
Let me play the devil's advocate here.
Okay, please do.
What is your game plan if tomorrow morning Station 5 burns to the ground?
Okay, well, we're in deep trouble.
How is that contingency covered?
Right.
So that's
Well,
an
we have
insurance claim.
Insurance.
Some insurance, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, our insurance covers.
Might have to do a
replacement.
special meeting.
Yeah.
I think that we ought to put in 300,000 and have a little bit of balance to recertify next year in case something else crops up, because we're essentially taking this money and just earmarking it for filters. Filters 5 years or 8 years down the line.
Well, I don't think you want to say we can only spend this on filters.
Yeah.
Right.
You want
Right.
to say we need to spend this on something that is a large outlay, as such as Station 5.
Right.
I mean, you need something to cover that. And it may not be Station 5. What happens if the tank blows a hole through the bottom of
So
it?
then it becomes just a stabilization fund for some unforeseen capital expense.
Right.
Rainy day
It's a
fund.
special purpose, you know,
Exactly.
stabilization fund for a rainy
Of
day.
which one of the purposes would be to save money for a new filter. So, yeah, maybe empty the whole thing and then.
Yeah, I think there would be some examples in the explanatory note of some of the things. We have regular membrane filters, but there could be other, you know, very large
Catastrophic
scale,
failure of the system.
large
Right.
scale
And then if it's
expensive
time
projects.
critical,
where-
we gotta have a special meeting
Right.
and then get that thing funded over to that. Or if we know that we're 6 months out from the filter that's gonna cost us 500,000, we get the money there. So we can, plan it at a meeting or an article and then.
Okay.
So I think we ought to do that. I think that the reasoning's there, to take the whole amount through. And that's a certified amount, Debbie?
As I recall, it was
Okay.
300.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's, the number is what it is.
We're taking two articles out of there, those small, relatively small articles, one for the file cabinets and something else.
No, that's all gonna be
All
I think,
163.
all the transfers are gonna come out of 148,
Okay.
or the wage line.
So what's the figure for stabilization?
So the new article, you're gonna have an article that says to vote to establish or create a special purpose water stabilization fund. And then the second article would be to vote to transfer from free cash 344,050 into the stabilization
Yeah.
with a 2/3 vote or whatever, whatever Debbie.
Yeah, so the
So you
water
got-
board needs to vote this first.
Okay, you'll have to do that
We agree on that.
at your meeting on
So
Thursday.
I'll set that, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I support that one.
Time is the meeting on Thursday, too.
I'll have to talk to Roy, but, usually we start at 5. What time do you think we ought to? What would be good for you? 5:30?
6 o'clock, in case one of the residents would like to come in after work. It's up to you.
When do you think?
How about you, Jack?
Yeah, we'll have to come back to it.
Yeah, you're
6
gonna
o'clock.
post, you haven't posted it, I'd say, right?
We'll post it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, you
6
got plenty of
o'clock.
time, long as you get done by 5.
6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make it done.
All right.
So really 7 and 8 are one article, and I think we got that under control, right? I think I got it under
You
control.
said Thursday, right, Timmy?
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just, now the last article here? I'm a little confused. To see the
Yeah.
town to vote for the new sum of blank from 149 water department wages.
No, that was the
So-
12th that.
Forget that? Okay.
I think, so we're gonna have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 articles transferring from 163 to a line, and 1 article from 163 to the article, and then to establish the fund. I'm with you.
And if the water board could also vote
We should vote.
in agreement with the Board of Selectmen on transferring 15,875 from line 163 to cover the cost for the consent or
The
whatever.
consent order.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, that's a better place than our wages.
No, they'll have to run with all these articles at the meeting Thursday night, am I correct?
Yeah.
But we voted tonight.
Now, the selectmen are voting tonight.
We're not
We'll
gonna
wait till
vote.
they
No.
resubmit them.
Yeah, we'll have to
They-
pop
they
it
have
for
to-
Monday night, though.
Good night, John. They have to vote first before we.
Yeah,
The
come back to
select
us to
Right.
finalize it.
So
Right,
all
go
we're
to
gonna
town
do-
meeting.
All we're gonna do Thursday is vote on the articles.
Right,
Yes.
But the budget's already,
as we talked tonight. Shouldn't be changed or nothing, Laura knows.
Yeah, I think I
Put
think
everything
so do we
down.
need
understand.
do we need to vote on the budget again? Because I think we're done there, aren't we?
Well, they will have to. Well, this is special.
We'll have to-
Well, will this figure go into line 14 on Form 1?
What's that?
I don't know what,
No, we'll just leave that out for
So
now,
what-
Tim.
line 14 and,
It's still, nothing is gonna be in there.
okay, all right.
Right, Debbie, that's the stabilization, I think that line is,
There's nothing on the
Yeah.
budget,
yeah,
because it's gonna be an article.
it's gonna be an article.
So take it off then, or do we have to
That should be taken off, yes.
get rid of line 14, so. Anything else we need to correct on, these sheets?
Okay.
What's our deadline, though? We're sitting on it right now, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Well, the selectmen will need to vote to open the warrant next Monday night
Yeah.
to accept any
To accept
changes
this.
to the water articles. That, because the water board needs to vote on this.
Okay. And we'll open the warrant next week to place those articles on the warrant.
That's right.
Okay.
And then the budget, I was thinking, the finance committee is not meeting tomorrow night. They've got a lot going on. Wednesday night's meeting, they're meeting Tuesday and Wednesday the following week. So this budget needs to get to them
The next night, right?
for either next Tuesday or Wednesday,
Yeah.
the 9th or the 10th. There needs to be a discussion with them, so I'm not sure what the board feels with this draft. If they are ready to
Well, the only
act
thing,
on it.
That's it, right, for the,
Well, we need to have the water board vote on this draft, and then get it back to us. Right. And put it back on under the warrant, and give it to the finance committee.
yeah, so the only thing we don't know right now is if Roy has a problem with Thursday night. He's the other board member, so I'll have to call him up right away.
So what's happening with Scott Martin? Still on vacation, or you don't know when he is, Laura? Or
I haven't heard from him.
He hasn't,
We
Not
tried.
a-
still on vacation then, huh?
not a peep.
Huh?
Skip another word.
he's still chairman of the board.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. I'm sorry, Jack, he is. Because.
Well, Roy Ricco, when I went, was
No,
calling the meeting.
I know, but he's not, because the agenda was not forwarded down to
His
the town clerk.
resignation was not on the agenda.
The resignation wasn't on the agenda. Again, Bob, you're correct.
So
Far as I
Tim would
can
be in
tell,
charge then, the clerk, calling the meeting.
I would say yes. Because the vote, as I looked at it, and now so I try to explain to everybody on the meeting that was held on the 6th of March, and then my comments on the 11th explain that the agenda was modified at the meeting of the 6th.
Yep.
Before you people went in to sit down. Now, I don't know who did it, but it was not checked in.
It wasn't posted.
It wasn't posted with the agenda that I looked at, okay, that Susan gave me, is not the same agenda that you had up there. Okay?
Well,
So that agenda that Mr. Martin had to realign the board was not presented to the town clerk. So that vote was not legal.
So
Okay,
Mr.
so-
Toomey,
Mr. Toomey is clerk, and he would be the chief officer of the
the
board.
last election, Roy was the clerk. So Roy's really the clerk. I'm
Then-
still a member.
Okay, if that's the case, then
Yeah, it's because that was the last election that we had that was posted. That they switched. Roy and Scott switched chairman and clerk, so they flipped again. So
you mean the
But-
last meeting when you did it?
no.
but Mr.
This
Martin
goes
is,
back.
but Mr. Martin is still chairman of the board, Board of Commissioners.
A couple of meetings ago, Jack.
Yeah, I was there on that. But that was illegal down there.
We were operating as a board because he wasn't showing up, and Roy was the clerk. So Roy really has been running the meetings right along because he's the clerk. When Roy's
Chairman.
clerk, maybe I automatically step up as clerk
Chairman pro tem.
at that time.
Chairman pro temp, yes.
Yeah, well, when when you have a meeting and somebody doesn't show up, so I guess the echelon goes that at a meeting I'd be the clerk,
Right.
but officially I'm just a member at this point.
Okay.
So then we get the election, and then we'll go from there.
If anybody wants to speak to the chairman, you have to refer to Mr. Martin.
Right. Okay.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
John, Tim.
All right.
Laura, thank you for coming in.
Any other questions? There's no other questions, so
Thank you.
Did you need us for the other? No.
Okay, let's get back to
Just,
the agenda.
Tim, before you leave, just make sure that we know. I mean, last week it was a seesaw down there. Mr. Dell's out in a total 40 minutes. There was a meeting.
I know.
So make sure that Deborah, we know, that's all. I mean, it's a public meeting, I think.
Yeah.
I want to be there. I know Mr. Dell's out. He'll be there in the middle of May, but that's beside the point.
Well, I'll make sure that you're notified, because the only question I have is whether or not Roy can make that time. So we're gonna, the plan is for 6 o'clock on Thursday. I will confirm that with both of
You
you
can't,
tomorrow.
you might have to pull to Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Convenient of Roy to make it work.
Yeah.
You gotta.
You gotta.
Or,
Because Monday we gotta
at
have
the
something.
worst, yeah, you gotta have it before Monday, so.
Yeah, that's right.
It's gotta get to the band.
I can't do it Monday night at 5 because it'd be, well, we probably could, but I think everybody's familiar with the changes, but we're gonna shoot for Thursday, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Good night, Laura. Okay, going back, new business. We took care of number 1, go to business, new business number 2, discuss purchase of highway department backhoe. Board of Selectmen needs to vote to purchase a new John Deere backhoe in the amount of $114,675 from Chapter 90 fund, which includes the trade-in of a 1993 backhoe and 1958 grader. Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
This purchase will be from the state contract. Highway Foreman Ron Keith has been working on this project and recommends this purchase based on the highway surveyor Scott Levitt was planning to purchase, the late Scott Levitt. So, Ron came in and we looked at different backhoes and everything else, and looked at, he was looking at a, what is it? I'm trying to think of the other.
Case.
A case, that's correct. It was a case that he came in with, and we're looking at the difference between the case and the...
JC was another demo that he had.
Yeah.
John Deere.
And the John Deere, but the John Deere is a little bit more money, but it operates much better than the case. And the case is a lot of bells and whistles and electronics, but it's $20,000 cheaper, but their operating is not as good as a John Deere. So the recommendation is really to go with a John Deere. And this, matter of fact, one of the attachments from, do you remember that? There was another attachment that fits on the John Deere,
The
but won't
highway
fit on
department attachments work
attachment.
on the Deere, but not the case.
Thank you, Larry. This time of night, my brain is full. So. Okay, so.
Also, was it Newberry has a case?
Yes.
Newberry has John Deere's.
And they don't like the case at all. They've had too much problems with it maintenance-wise.
I was Newburyport, I believe.
Okay.
Was it Newburyport?
I think Newbury themselves actually have a John Deere, and they highly recommended it.
Newberry does have John Deere's.
Okay, any?
The only question I have, how much are they allowing for the old backhoe?
Oh, that was.
Oh, it says right here, Stu, excuse me, the board needs to vote to purchase a new, in the amount of $114,675 from Chapter 90 fund, which includes the trade-in, Stu.
Yep. That was $18,000, wasn't it?
It was 125,000.
Yeah.
And so it's substantially higher than case, which is about 106,000.
Yeah.
Right.
But
About 11,000
They were
difference.
allowing, I think it was $5,000 or
Yeah.
$5,700, basically scrap value.
Yeah, that was for the grader.
Right.
Yeah, the grader is, but the other one.
So it's close to
Maybe it was like
10,000 total.
13,000.
Okay.
Probably about 11,000
Okay.
Right.
between the two trades.
A little bit more
Brings
than
up
that.
125.
Okay. Okay. Discussion?
Well, this thing wouldn't go on the tax roll anyway. It's coming out of 90, chapter
Right.
90. So I think it's,
I'm in
Okay.
favor of it. The other
State
backhoe's
money.
20 years old.
yeah.
And if we
It's
get,
done a lot of work.
if we get another 20 years out of the
Yeah.
deal,
If there's,
But I have no,
We got our
I have
money
no
out of it.
objections. I was just curious what
have
what
no
they're
more,
allowing for trading.
have no more objections or any more discussion, to have a motion to...
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this purchase for the highway department backhoe as printed
Okay.
for the town meeting.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Well needed, Bob.
So, okay, so that's just an authorization, so it will just be purchased then. We can go forward with the chapter 90.
Right.
It doesn't need to go on an article or anything.
No,
It's
no,
all
it's
set.
funded money,
Yep.
you know,
It's-
chapter 90.
Okay, moving on to discuss the 375th anniversary committee warrant articles. To see if, Joe, you want to do this?
No.
I'm gonna let you
Yes.
talk. How's that?
To see if the town will vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be used by the 375th Anniversary Committee for celebratory events and activities to mark the town's anniversary or take any other action relative thereto. What we're looking for is some money to start, in case we have to print up some articles, some posters, whatever, so that we're getting an agenda put together for the celebration. We've been meeting on a monthly basis. In fact, we're meeting Wednesday night, so I won't be going to the school committee meeting. I'll be going to the 375th. And so I believe it was approximately the same amount from the 350.
Okay. That was 25.
You made that a motion? I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Quick.
Moving on, town council, a letter.
Oh, I got a second article.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Joe.
To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53-E1/2, to be used by the 375th Anniversary Committee and Board of Selectmen, into which donations shall be deposited and which may be used by said committee and board for activities and events marking the town's 375th anniversary.
Any discussion?
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a
Jack,
second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on, town council letter on water board. We have, coming back from Brackett Lucas, in regards to a memorandum. You had, this is from Judith Pickett, okay, town council. You had requested that I determine whether the Rowley Water Commissioners could be changed from elected position to appointed positions. I have reviewed General Law 40, Section 21, which authorizes the Board of Selectmen, the board, to act as the appointed other town officers, which does not authorize the board to act as the Board of Water Commissioners or appoint Water Commissioners members after an elected Board of Water Commissioners has been established. Similarly, General Law 40, 39A authorizes the board to initially act as water commissioners until an elected Board of Water Commissioners has been established. General Law 41, Sections 69 through 69B, which refers back to the procedure set forward at General Law 40, Section 39A. The special act creating the Rowley Water Department, Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1946 provide Section 8 for an elected Board of Water Commissioners subject to the vote of town meeting. It appears from all the statutory authority that it is the intent that there should be an elected Board of Water Commissioners, whether it is the initial Board of elected selectmen or subsequent elected Board of Water Commissioners. You do have the options to, in addition to retaining the existing elected board. The town could vote to accept the provisions of General Law 41, Section 69D, to establish a 3-member elected Board of Public Works, which will perform the function of multiple boards and offices, including water commissioners, superintendent of streets, cemetery commissioners, etc. See attached copy of Section 69D. Acceptance of 69D is an all-inclusive acceptance, but many towns have created a Department of Public Works through a special act, thereby limiting the powers and functions of the Board of Public Works. Thus, Rowley could, by special act, create its own unique Board of Public Works operating in a more limited capacity. Open for discussion. So I think it's a little bit more complicated than we thought.
Yeah.
By doing, and we'll be treading into different waters that we're in right now, and I think we'd have to really think this through about where we want to go, because I know at the table here there's probably different ideas of what I just read and how to implement it, and
so I think, Mr. Chairman, back I was involved with, he has passed away, Mr. Robert Purley. This came on the floor. Was it 80, Bob?
It was back in the mid-80s, I think, Jack. It was a committee established.
Yeah, it was.
Into it.
And it got defeated.
The committee actually didn't recommend it at that point. And then it was further down the line, or maybe even before that, there was another committee that was appointed, and we did a study. They actually commissioned a consultant to put together a study. And that one came back basically the same way, that it wasn't feasible at that time frame. I'm thinking, I'm not sure I want to accept 69D.
Okay.
Because that's all inclusive. But I think maybe it's time to maybe look at that one more time here again and see if it's the right time frame to make some sort of a move to at least put maybe a couple of departments together, if there's any economy in doing that and so forth.
So I would think we need to perform some sort of a committee to look at this and study this.
Yeah.
What would you suggest the committee look like?
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe because it is late and this was urgent because we were trying to get an article on the town meeting, if the selectmen want to just digest that for a little while and think about that when they're not as
Deb. I think we need to give it some thought. I think each one of us should give it some thought and then maybe put our thoughts together and meet again at some point. I'm not sure that we want to do it.
Oh, no, I don't want to do it tonight.
nothing that can go on.
We're not going to have anything for town meeting.
There can be nothing for
And we're not
No.
going to change our elected board.
We should think about it even tomorrow night. I think we should probably wait till after we get the
I-
warrants together and the things like that. That's the key issue right now.
Right.
What I was looking for, just some discussion, some thought.
Right.
How we should do it, that's all. Not how we should study it. Not to do anything right.
I mean, that was my opinion, and if the others feel that way, then we can maybe do something.
So we'll table this and we'll come back to it
in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I would just recommend it. There's so much going on and, some time to think about it. I was just in a rush to get the legal opinion for tonight.
Yeah, and you did.
Yes.
You did good within the week
And this,
span,
And a special act of the legislature, it can be written to be very unique to anything that the board wants, that feels we're in the direction for. But I think we really need to contemplate it all and look at everything. And right now we're just trying to.
Well, my chairman's notes
budget done.
back a couple of weeks ago, we looked, when they just brought that up, I said, it's gonna take a committee, it's gonna take, town meeting and act of legislature. This is
And
not
it's going to take you 2 years.
Yeah.
Even if you
Exactly.
went and had it on the table for May, it's still gotta go to the legislature to change a form of this. I mean, we know we got a big situation, we lost our highway surveyor, elected and all that. My thing is, I mean, still would be like when I got up at town meeting with Bob Purley, is I'd vote it down. It's gonna cost a lot of money. You know, to run part of 37 years service,
Right,
I'm only
yeah.
just talking one, we cost the town of Rowley under $10,000 to run that department.
Well,
Oh, and that wouldn't need to be included under
Well, the
that.
cemetery would be under Public Works.
Not if this was a special
No, we
act.
could make up a unique committee.
It would
Well,
not necessarily.
Still, it's not gonna work, I don't care what you're
I've
gonna
just-
go. Public Works, you got tree warden, go back to the water department. You're gonna create money problems. We don't need them at this point, I see, in next year or two.
well, I think we kind of look at it.
Leadership, totally I'd go for new leadership. But I'm not getting to that tonight.
Yeah.
Drop it.
Let's come. Yeah, you're right, Jack. We'll come back to that and
You know,
revisit that.
what Mr. Snow brought up, I mean, we're all devastated what happened in the past 6 months or a year or whatever. And it brought it to this point.
Right.
Am I right?
Yep.
You're right.
Take your time and think it through.
That's
thoroughly.
right. Think it through and
Yes,
and do it.
yes.
But I don't want the townspeople to think that, we're going to drop this.
No, we're not.
No,
We have to
definitely.
look into this, and they should expect from us, the governing board of the town, that we're not going to drop this and push it to the side. We're still going forward with this. So
I think we, at the very least, we owe it to our community to look into it.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
But as Jack is saying, though, we're not just trying to replace one board with another board,
No.
which is going to create more problems
No.
for the town.
No.
let's look at it and see.
It
Maybe
would
we
be up to the
modify it.
people
Maybe we
too.
modify it.
Bob
Maybe
said, well, hey, look, people down there. I mean, people are.
there may be other towns with unique the way they're formed, and we can look at that. So, anyways, we'll come
Okay,
back
so
with-
we're going to table this.
Yeah,
okay.
sounds good.
All right. We did number 5. Well, we didn't do number 5, but it's out of the way. Okay. Number 6. Email letter from Water Board Commission, Tim Toomey, Water Department investigation. Dear Debbie, at last night's water board meeting, Roy put a motion forward regarding myself, the town administrator, and 1 or 2 selectmen to gather factual information regarding the ACOP and any other issues regarding the department operations. It passed by 2 yes votes from the board. I feel it is in the best interest of the town to establish the facts on the 2 issues in an effort to move forward at this point and determine any procedural changes. Please add this to your agenda for the Selectmen's meeting. Thank you, Tim Toomey, Water Commissioner.
Could you tell us what ACOP stands for?
Administrative consent order.
Consent.
Administrative
Consent order.
Okay.
P for.
Right. That's what we wanted to know.
What's the P for? You have that, guys.
Yeah.
I am getting tired. I'm sorry.
25 minutes of 11, yes.
I just
it's-
wanted to know let our audience know what that actually
Yes.
stood for.
Okay, submit a
I knew it was a
consent order.
consent order, but I
So,
wanted them to know that.
they voted and they, at the meeting, okay, to look into the operations,
Do investigation.
do investigation. Thanks. How's the board feel?
No, I think we should. I think we
Yeah.
should.
Okay. Do I have a motion to join with the water commissioners in an
I'll make that
investigation?
motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, who do we wish to place on this? From the Board of Selectmen? I would like to volunteer as one of the members.
What are they looking for, 2?
1 or 2?
1 or 2. I think we should have 2.
Well, I'd serve with you, but my point on this too, I mean, Mr. Dalzell's gonna be leaving this board.
Right.
Shortly. And we know, I think there's gonna be stuff coming down. Stu will be there, so.
Yeah, Stu's going to be moving to the water board. There's no one running against Stu, so Stu is going to be.
He's gonna be part of the team.
Part of the team.
Going from the frying pan to the fire.
No, I'd serve with the chairman, I mean, unless someone else wants to. Bob wants to go in.
I mean, I don't mind doing it, but if somebody else wants to, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't. I don't.
You don't? Okay.
How about the 2 Bobs? Get some fresh thoughts down there. That's all right with me.
Is it okay with you, Jack?
I'll make a motion that Chairman Snow and Vice Chairman Bob Perry
Be the 2 members.
on the team, members, the board.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sounds good. Okay, discuss DEP consent order. Okay, Chairman Snow wants to make sure that the Board of Selectmen is kept informed on reports that need to be filed with DEP as part of the consent order. Chairman Snow also wants the town attorneys to review everything that will be sent to the DEP. We have drafts of the emergency report form and consumer confidence report. Chairman Snow would like to know the status of updating of the emergency response plan. We need to have representatives at any of and all meetings that the DEP on the consent order. A minimum of 1 selectman and Debbie should be at these meetings. Does the board feel?
I think I agree.
Yep, I agree with it.
Yeah.
I think we have a
Totally
track
Fully
record
agree.
there that is not the best in the world. And I think I was quoted in the newspaper the other night that this is a black mark in the town of Rowley.
It sure is.
At the state level. And we need to do everything we can to bring the confidence back to our residents and bring the confidence back from the state.
I would like to be that member on the
I'll make
sit
a
on the
motion that we only need 1.
Just 1.
And Deb and you would be attendant or whatever
If there's
abides
any
what they
meetings,
want.
and, I think what Chairman Snow wants to do is just make sure that everything's getting filed and the compliance.
Okay.
As we go forward with the consent order and everything else, I just want to make sure all the filings are there. That as we set up the financial oversight, this is another oversight from the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
Okay?
I think what we need to do is make sure that this board, because the consent order is against the town, and we are the town as the Board of Selectmen. It's not against the water board.
Right.
Yes.
Or the water department. It's against the town of Rowley. And we definitely need
To stay on top.
the
Stay on
chairman
top.
to be informed and kept track of what's going on with this, so that
Okay.
the town is protected.
I'll make a motion that Chairman Snow serve on that.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, John. Okay, moving on. A letter from Police Chief regarding tree stands.
Now, this is versus stands of trees?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. This is from the,
Getting late.
I know, Robert Barker, Chief Police, April 1, 2013. To the Rowley Water Board of Commissioners, 401 Central Street. Okay, dear board members, it has come to our attention that there are tree stands on town-owned property at well stations 1 and 2. From the pictures, these tree stands appear to be 10 to 15 feet high with small platforms at the top. These structures should be considered safety hazards since a fall from one of these could result in serious injury or possible death. The structures are commonly used for hunting, which is prohibited from town property, so they serve no legitimate purpose and would likely be considered an attractive nuisance. In order to prevent liability to the town, we recommend that these structures and any other similar structures that may be located in the future be removed as quickly as possible. Sincerely, Robert Barker, Chief of Police, and also signed James Broderick, Fire Chief, and CC to the Board of Selectmen. Any discussion, gentlemen?
I think the water board should be notified that these stands come down tomorrow.
Well, that's what they...
Tuesday, not Wednesday.
Yeah. This came today, and this is in the water board's hands, this letter. Okay.
Little, kids are kids out in the woods here. That's the last thing we want.
Right.
Child get hurt.
Climbing that or falling through.
Right.
Too bad I didn't even, I would have brought it up in a heartbeat when they were here tonight. But like Stu said, make a call tomorrow, get them down.
You want to send a memo?
Yes.
Is that what Mr.
Please
Gonzalez
do.
is saying?
Have a
Get them
motion,
down tomorrow.
have a motion
I'll make
to
a
send
motion
them
that they down ASP.
in. Okay, I have a
Tomorrow.
motion. Who has, have a second?
Second.
Second.
Go ahead, Sue.
Okay, I have a
Aye.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Okay, the memo is off to them. Okay. General business, Mass Cops MOA. Board members, good news. The police union ratified the MOA. I will have this on the April 1st agenda for approval by the Board of Selectmen. Gentlemen, look over the MOA. Debbie, everything into...
Yes, so the union has signed off.
Signed off. Okay, I have it here. Gentlemen all looked at the MOA.
Yep.
Any questions?
It's all
Okay.
for negotiations.
It's all
Mr. Chairman,
negotiated,
so it's-
everything else.
They approved it then.
They
The
approved
union
it.
has signed off, so
Okay.
the selectmen need to take.
Have a motion to sign the MOA.
Signing.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we sign the agreement between the town of Rowley and the Massachusetts.
I have a motion. Do I have a
Police
second?
Local 360 as printed.
I have a second. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I
Okay.
would do like you do, Joe. Throw all these on the floor. Mix them.
Here you go.
It's all up.
Sign right there.
Yeah.
Hold it. Okay.
It's all in my way.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Larry, take care.
I'll watch
Have
the
a good
rest
one.
on TV.
Sorry.
Get out of here, Larry, hopefully.
Yeah. Sorry we kept you up so late, Larry.
That's all right. Like I said, I'll watch the rest of it on TV.
See you
Better than
later.
Letterman.
Yeah, it is,
Have a
but
nice
we are
day.
better than Letterman. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, next request from, I was hoping that it was earlier when I would get this word. Neurofibromatosis Northeast, to use the town common as a rest stop, okay? Neurofibromatosis Incorporated Northeast has requested the use of the town common on Saturday, September 7, 2013, for a water rest stop for its charity bike ride. Approximately 25 riders are expected to take the route that travels on Cross Street, Central Street, Bennett Hill, Weathersfield Street, Independence Street, Summer Street, and Main Street, according to the information provided by Neurofibromatosis Northeast. It is based in Burlington, Massachusetts, and was formed in 1988 by parents of children with neurofibromatosis. NF is a neurological genetic disorder that can cause tumors to form on nerves anywhere or on the body anytime. It is the most common genetic disorder caused by a single gene and affects 3 times as many people as muscular dystrophy and cystic fibrosis combined. It is a 501c3 tax-exempt organization armed with the mission to find a treatment and cure for NF by promoting scientific research, creating awareness, and supporting those who are affected by NF. In response to the concerns raised by Health Department, Highway Department, and Fire Chief, the organization has confirmed that we will have wrapped peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and sealed snack bags and trail mix in addition to water at the rest stops. The volunteers staffing the rest stops are given trash bags with strict instructions that they are to be remove all trash when they vacate the area. There will be a portable toilet set up at the rest stop. They will communicate the rental company's name and contact person and set up and take down time frame when the arrangements are confirmed. Cape Ann Amateur Radio Operators Association have agreed to coordinate communications for the event. In the next couple of months, we will be scheduling planning and meeting between the first responders in Gloucester to develop an overall plan for the entire event, including bike courses. All questions and concerns from Police Chief, Fire Chief, Coordinate Health Services, Highway Surveyor, Parks, Recreation Committee have been satisfactorily addressed, and there are no outstanding concerns from these departments. We will contact Agricultural Commission to inform them when the portable toilet will be removed. We anticipate it will be on Sunday, September 8th, 2013. We have requested a certificate of insurance listing the town of Rowley as an additional insured with general liability limits of $2 million per occurrence and $4 million general aggregate. So, with that, gentlemen, do I have any questions?
Ask before we...
Sure, that's what I mean.
September 7th, what's the timing on this?
We're leaving Stage 4 Park in Gloucester at 7 a.m.
Because I believe September 7th is the picture for the 375th anniversary.
What, for
No, but this is
2013?
2013.
Oh, 14, okay. Sorry, too late. Thank you.
Okay.
I do want to comment that the Cape Ann amateur radio operators have taken care of the communications for quite a few events on the Cape Ann in the Gloucester area, and they do a fine job.
Okay. Were there any? The fire chief, everybody else is on board with this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Police chief, fire chief.
Okay. Do I have a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion that we grant on Saturday, the event take place September 7th.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, request from PAC 15 Boy Scouts to use Town Common for bridging ceremony. PAC 15 Boy Scouts have requested permission to use the Rowley Town Common May 28, 2013 at 6:45 p.m. for their bridging ceremony, which lasts no more than an hour and a half. There were no questions, concerns from police chief, fire chief, coordinator of health services, highway surveyor, and Parks and Recreation Committee. Any questions from the board? So it will start at 6:45, and they should be out of there by 7:45, I would say, correct? Any questions?
I think the based on the number of Eagle Scouts that we've had come through here, that any support that we can offer to the Scouts, they do a fabulous job in town.
They sure do.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we allow the Boy Scouts to use the town common for their bridging ceremony at, was it in May?
In May 28th?
May 28th.
I'll second that motion.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, road opening permit for water, electric, gas service, 235 Dodge Road. Everybody looked over the packet here. Everything seems to be in order. Any questions? Do I have a motion to sign the road opening?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Here you go, Bob. Here you go, Joe.
What's in here?
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Rowley Emergency Management Agency appointment, Steve May. Okay, so. Therefore, I am asking the Board of Selectmen to appoint Steve May in the position of Assistant Director of Rowley Emergency Management Agency. I will make myself available to the Board to discuss the appointment on the Board's convenience. Thank you for your consideration. Any discussion from the Board?
Just one comment before you make your motion.
Yes.
I managed to attend this meeting and didn't come home with the title, so my wife should be proud of me.
Okay, good. I'll make that motion that Steve May be appointed
I'll second that.
assistant.
Second, all those in favor?
See, I bailed you out on that one, Joe.
Aye.
So you get the same thing I get when I go, what committee are you on now?
Exactly.
Yes, I got a whole bunch of things to tell my wife when I go home tonight. Guess where I'm going? All right, employment
That's right.
agreement.
You did pick up a few new hats.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I'm always,
Unfortunately, I'm in the same boat.
with my bald spot, it helps, more hats. Okay, employment agreement, principal assessor. You've all looked over the contract?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Sean.
I think we need to send the contract back to her modified.
Okay. What is that?
We only get 3 lines to sign on.
Yeah, there was only 3 of it. That was done today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what we can do is just have the board sign next to that. There used to be
Okay,
a
yeah.
3-member board of selectmen, it's an
I
old
understand,
template.
yeah, I understand.
I
We've
remember
signed
the
out,
days of the
we've signed
3-member.
outside the lines before. Okay,
Yes,
do I
we
have a
have.
motion?
Yeah, but if you wasn't here, you'd have to abstain. Am I right?
Who?
I wasn't here at this
Oh, you weren't
meeting
here,
this
that's
morning.
right, okay.
Bob wasn't here, were you, Bob?
No.
Oh, so,
Okay, so what the selectmen need to do is vote on this now and sign it.
right, so.
Okay,
do I
I'll
have a
make that motion.
I have a
So, I
motion
mean,
to.
because we weren't here today, we can't sign? Is that what you're
Well, I
saying?
don't want to, I'm not saying, if Mr. Cook feels he wasn't part of the
You don't, part of the
discussion
discussions, Jack, you don't have to sign.
in executive
You feel.
session,
Okay.
Stu?
I don't.
Stu,
Yes.
I have a motion,
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll abstain.
Okay.
To
2 abstentions. So we get your 3 lines.
That's why you made it, Deb. 3 lines.
Yeah, I didn't, it came.
No, I mean, I wasn't here to take
No.
part, so it wouldn't be right to just, you know.
Stu, thank you. Okay, employment agreement, town accountant. Okay. Okay, agreement between the Rowley, the town of Rowley Board of Selectmen and Sue W. Bailey. The agreement between the town of Rowley is hereby modified as follows. Section 8, effective July 1, 2013. Town accountant shall receive a 1.25% increase to her base salary.
And that's basically in line with what
We're
doing.
We're going for everybody else in town.
Right.
So, do I have a motion from the board?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bless you.
Okay. Old business number 1, town administrator update, town hall projects. Deb?
We finished the window project, that was done within about a week's time, and Selectman Mary has inspected the windows, the building inspector has inspected them, but I don't know if Mr. Mary wants to update the board on that, and how he's found the condition of all the workmanship.
That's very good. They did an excellent job. I kind of kept an eye on them. I mean, they were here less than a week.
Yeah.
When they got started. We did the painting. We actually found a can of paint that was the original color, and they went out and bought a new can.
Really?
And
We were able to match the color?
Yes, perfectly.
Good.
I watched them blow the insulation in the weight pockets, so we know that got done. They were very easy to work with, a very good company to deal with up there. Whatever we asked them to do, they did it. Cleaned up very well after themselves, and did an excellent job. They really did. They did a good job.
Home insulation, both?
No, it was actually cellulose that they put in.
Those windows come with screens and everything?
Yes, the screens are installed.
Beautiful.
I went up and actually looked at them and made sure everything was okay, and they left it spick and span.
Good.
Did a good job.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the cupola is nearly complete. They have to do some work on the lawn, after having the equipment there all winter. So they're gonna clean up that. And we are working, Bob, you had some questions about the face where the clock was.
Okay,
So
I actually made an executive decision Saturday. I noticed that they were here Saturday painting. The paint crew was here. And I'd actually gone up to the bank and I came back and I stopped at the intersection of Summer and Main, and they had come down with the lift and they went over to their truck. So I immediately pulled into the yard here and I asked who seemed to be the leader whether they were planning to paint the new blank for the clock face. We took the clock out last week and they put a blank piece in, which was in the contract. And he said no. And I said, well, do you have any extra paint? And he said, oh yeah, we've got extra paint. And I said, well, would you mind painting, just putting one coat of paint on the new clock face that you put in, the blank that you put in? And I said, because I'd really like to cover up those tire marks that run across the piece of plywood. And we don't they used it out on the front lawn and ran one of the lifts over it. So they immediately agreed. And as I came by this morning, I noticed that it was painted. So I don't know if they'll charge us extra for that or not, but I think if I were the contractor, I would certainly want to leave it in a nice looking condition with my name on the equipment that was parked out front. So hopefully there won't be any extra charge, and it looks nice up there now. It really does look good.
It looks really good with driving up and looking at the cupola.
Yeah.
Yes,
Really
it does.
It's a lot of work there. It's,
So pretty much we're satisfied then, other than they have to do some work on the
Yeah,
lawn.
they have to do a little more cleanup. They were cleaning up this morning. I came by and they were raking out front and cleaning up that stuff. So.
Yeah, you're talking about the lawn, but didn't somebody have a comment about the sidewalk?
Well, there is one section of sidewalk that's not too good. It is broken, so I don't know what we can do with it. We can ask them, but
Test for the cupola will be when we have good rain.
yes,
Yeah.
that'll be the key.
Yep.
Was it? And my friend fixed my roof one time, and I said, "Gee, Steve, thanks." He said, "Don't thank me until it rains."
Yep.
Anything else, Deb?
No, if, we'll just wait and see for the final on the cupola, but if it's okay, then I think we're pretty satisfied on the window job, and
Yes, the job is fine.
we can issue a final acceptance on the window job.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, really, Bob, you took pictures up there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, when you go up there, you really don't realize the copper that's up there. You see it when the picture that looks down on it. I mean, you really can't tell all the copper work that's in there.
Yeah, they did and they did a good job at it. I mean, they've done this type of work before, and they really knew what they were doing. I think we got a good contractor at this point. On that,
Yes,
that
we
project.
did.
I think so.
We did. Yep.
That's it? Nothing else? Okay, moving on. Discuss 2012 town report.
This is just a rough draft. So, discard any typos or anything. I'm just trying to get the highlights of your work for calendar year 2012.
Anything else?
If there's something specific, we could just pop in and see Amy, Noreen, or me.
Anything
and we'll-
else you gentlemen see?
If you're fine with it, just as a consensus, this is pretty much what we'll run. We'll just, review it a little bit more.
It looks good, Deb.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. All right, with that, you don't need a vote on that, so review the FY14 budgets. Okay. Start with accounting first. Sue Bailey's line. We vote each one of these separately.
If you'd like to, that'd be easier, I think.
Okay. Any questions on the accounting budget, accountant's budget?
Well, it seems to be in order. I mean, the expense budget is level funded as we requested. The increases in the wage line are meeting the criteria that were set for this year. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the budget for the accounting department.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Brad Street property.
Mr. Chairman, was thinking, and I have had a conversation with Selectman Mary on this. The town, of course, still has the parcel for the affordable housing, and the roadway going in. We may need, I don't know, we may need it for some emergency issue out there. I would have no mechanism to pay for anything. The highway department will mow it. We did, we used to have 2,000 in there. But we don't own the house and barn, but this is just a suggestion to just have a little bit in there in case something happens out there on the road.
Yeah,
or
good idea.
It's a good idea.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of things, but
Just as much fund, I mean, as possible if the,
Exactly.
we may only spend $100 out of it, but
Right.
I can't say, we'll be having equipment coming in, working on the playing field construction job in a couple of months.
Okay, any other discussion from the board?
No,
I think it's a good idea. Yep.
Have a motion from the board?
I'll make that motion.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Parks and Recreation. What does that look like?
A level funded budget.
Level funded,
straight through.
straight through, okay. Have a motion from the board?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next, Historical Commission and Historic District Commission.
That's level funded.
That's level funded. Any questions from the board? Have a motion from the board?
I'll make that motion.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Recycling.
Since I'm now taking advantage of this, I think that's, works out pretty well down there. They're filling up the trailers with the recycling material. It's something else. A lot of people seem to
Yeah.
take advantage of it.
So,
There's no change in expenses. We did place the operators on the new compensation schedule.
Okay,
One has a bit more seniority than the other. There was one that was on the low end that's needed to be adjusted somewhat. So that's informed too, the breakout.
to have a motion on the recycling department.
I recuse myself on that one.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, who seconded it, please?
It's Jack, wasn't it?
Jack made the motion.
Jack made the
My
motion.
motion,
I
Bob
second.
seconded. I'm sorry, it was
And Mr. Dalzell recused.
recused. Okay. Town land maintenance highway.
We had a discussion last week with Ron Keefe, the highway foreman, and Larry White from the FinCom was there, and you, Mr. Chairman, and the Vice Chairman. The highway department feels that they would be able to incorporate this responsibility and task into their daily operations. They do need a bagger, what's called a bagger. It goes on a lawn mowing machine. And they'll need that purchased in order to do this. And we're planning to have an article on the special town meeting that I have drafted for that cost. I think it's about $3,000.
They felt they could do the mowing.
Yeah.
With no problem.
So overall, the overall savings would come from the fact that they would be doing this during their work time.
Very good. I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Have a
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So there'll be more and everything but the
Right.
landfill.
Tree warden.
Yeah, they're not gonna do the landfill.
Level funded.
Level funded. Any questions on it?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Police department. Any questions on the police department budget? Do I have a motion from the board?
I'll make that motion. We approve the police department budget.
Second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Jack. Animal inspector. That's level funded.
I'll make that
motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Animal control officer. That is,
This was a position that we placed on the pay grade system, effective on July 1st. Just point out it's a position that's on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
okay.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I was just looking this over a minute.
Okay.
Okay. The animal inspectors. These are two separate, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, there's two separate.
Okay.
Two separate departments.
Yeah. Okay. I have a motion from
I
Jack.
made the motion.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, last one, selectmen.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I've done in this budget is, after a year, more or less on the job, we have, the executive secretaries are sharing a position, and we have the administrative assistant. I'm proposing to increase the second executive secretary assistant here, which is the initials DG, from 13 hours a week to 14 and a half hours a week.
Okay.
And then the administrative assistant works towards the end of the week. DG works on Monday and Tuesday, Monday being the most busiest of all the days
Right.
of the week, in preparation of getting everything ready for the meeting. And then usually the day after, there's a lot of work to be done to process the board's actions and decisions made the night before. So DG works on Monday and Tuesday. If I reduce the administrative assistant line from 15 hours a week to 30, taking into consideration the placement on the step system.
13,
not
30.
I'm sorry, 30. 13. Overall, there's an overall reduction because the executive secretary doesn't get any paid vacation time, and she does take vacation leave. You can see that on the payroll calculation sheet.
Okay.
It's a sheet that looks like this. You'll see vacation.
Oh, yes. Okay. Any discussion from the board? Have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Minutes for March the 4th, 2013. Everybody read them?
I have not.
Have not? Okay.
Are they in the package?
I don't
No.
know.
I'm not in the package.
Oh.
Okay.
No,
I
we gave them the full-
have read them and they appear okay to me.
Appeared okay?
Yes.
Bob?
Yeah,
Well, Stu hasn't read his.
I
You
have,
haven't
But we
read-
could hold them. We actually don't
I
have
haven't
the
seen them.
executive session ready
Okay.
either.
they in the packet, are they? in
Okay,
the-
well-
Yeah.
My
on
minutes.
Friday.
Let's table these next week, okay? Okay. All right, announcements, Rowley Food Pantry is in need of donations. The food pantry is open Tuesdays from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and Thursdays from 5:30 to 7 p.m. And there's a drop-off basket in the library, and also, again, you can drop right off at the parsonage, right over here, the rear of the parsonage of the Baptist Church. The town has the following vacant seats: Zoning Board of Appeals, 3 associate open seats. The battery recycling box, which we talked about earlier, there's one located here at Town Hall and in the library, and there's also one at the annex, correct?
Right.
Right. Okay, Rowley Public Library is accepting donations for the annual book sale. Books, DVDs, CDs in their original boxes will be accepted. No textbooks, encyclopedias, digests, magazines, etc.
We ask that everybody in town support the library.
Yes.
And the fundraiser.
The Rowley Public Library annual book sale, book sale, book and bake sale, Saturday, May 4th at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and Sunday, May 5th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Good deal. Take part in.
Yep.
So with that,
Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? A second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long night, and we'll see you next week.
Give that to Bob.